Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Let's bring this proceeding to order and go on the record. Good morning. Today is March 19th, 2018, and the current time is 9:02 a.m. The Commission has set aside this time for an evidentiary hearing in the matter of the request for an increase in the annual water system operating revenues for Gasconay County Water Company, file number WR-2017-0343. My name is John Clark. I'm the regulatory law judge presiding over this hearing. At this time, I'd like to have parties enter their appearance. So, counsel for Gasconay Water.
Diana Carter with Brighton, Swearingen in England.
And be sure your mic's on.
I just hit the button, sorry about that. And the court reporter has my contact information on the written entry.
Thank you. For staff counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. My name is Jacob Weston, and with me is Alexandra Klaus. Our contact information has been provided to the court reporter. We are representing staff of the Commission today.
Thank you. And for the Office of Public Counsel.
Good morning and thank you. Lyra Shimwell and Curtis Shuby representing the Office of the Public Counsel, and I have given our information to the court reporter. Good morning and thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask if you have a cell phone and you haven't yet shut it off or put it on vibrate, that you do so. Are there any, do the parties have any preliminary matters that they wanted to take up?
Yes, thank you. In larger cases, we typically go issue by issue, but in this case, we're going witness by witness. We asked the parties if they would agree to different counsel crossing a particular witness, and everyone agreed that that would be fine, that both of us might cross Mr. Hash or Mr. Russo, and the parties agreed to that.
Okay, and is that correct? Is there any objection from the company?
No objection.
Any objection from staff counsel?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. The only thing I'm going to say in regard to that is that I'm going to treat you as one attorney, so when you get done with an issue, if you want to go on to the next issue, just go right on to the next issue. So there may be some questions that are asked after an attorney gets up, but I just much possible like to kind of keep the flow since we are doing all the issues for each witness on a witness-by-witness basis, okay? All right. As far as witnesses, we're going to follow the order filed by the parties in their joint list of issues and witnesses. Your exhibits should be pre-marked and continue sequentially. I've received exhibit lists from each of the parties. Gasconay is 1 through 99, staff is 100 through 199, and the Office of the Public Counsel is 200 through 299. Are there any other preliminary matters?
Yes, Judge. In terms of admitting into evidence or possibly taking notice of the original certificate case, which is case number WA-97510. I don't know which your preference would be, but the parties refer to testimony in that case frequently in this case, and I think it would benefit the record to have that certificate case included in this case. And I'm not sure if you'd prefer to have that as
And I will
in the record or just take notice of that.
I will take official or administrative notice of that. And what's the case number on that again?
WA-97510.
Okay, and the Commission takes official administrative notice of WA-97-510. With that in mind, we'll begin with opening statements.
Actually, one other item, Judge.
Sorry, Mr. Weston, go ahead.
Staff has numerous exhibits that we have passed out. The company has stated it does not object to the admission of our exhibits. I don't know if OPC has had enough time yet to review those, but to save time with the hearing this morning, our plan was to, if we needed to use them, refer to them as the exhibit number and the exhibit title, and then just offer them all for admission at the end or beginning at your preference, Judge.
Say that again, please.
We wanted to know if it would be your preference for us to just go ahead and offer these into the record all at once, either at the beginning or at the end after opening statements, at the beginning or at the end after all the testimony is done, and simply refer to the exhibits or use them as we need to throughout the hearing.
Okay. And you said you talked to the company and they don't have any objections to any of your exhibits. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
And public counsel also has no objections.
Okay. If you want to do it at the beginning, that would be fine with me.
Okay.
Are there any other preliminary matters at this time? Okay, then we'll begin with opening statements for Gascony County Water Company.
Good morning. Diana Carter with Brighton, Swearingen in England for Gascony Water Company. George Hesch and Jim Russo are the witnesses for the company in this matter. They both filed direct testimony and surrebuttal testimony, and they are both present today. Mr. Hesch is the certified operator for the company. He is also the company's president, and he is solely responsible for all company operations and management. So in terms of salary, he is it. All your questions about the company would be directed to him. And then Mr. Russo is a former commission staff member. He's self-employed as a consultant and was retained by Gascony to assist the company with expert witness matters. Gascony was incorporated in 1998 and became a water company regulated by the commission in April of '99. And that is the CCN case that we were just referring to. And that file, there's been judicial notice taken of it. Mr. Russo, the company's consultant in this case, was on staff at the time of the CCN case, which is nice for all of us in terms of someone with knowledge from the beginning is in this case today. The company was developed to provide facilities, water service to Gascony Village, which consists of 755 privately owned lots on approximately 235 acres in rural Gasconade County. Gascony Village is governed by a homeowners association, and that is completely separate from the utility. The homeowners association is governed by a board of directors elected by the property owners. The company provides service, water service, to approximately 180 customers. So this is most definitely a small company rate case under the commission's rules. There are only 26 full-time customers and 151 part-time customers. And then there are also 3 commercial customers, and perhaps not your traditional commercial customer in this case. It's a pool and a pool house, a kitchen, and a dump station. And those 3 commercial customers are all the neighborhood association. They're all owned by that neighborhood association. Full-time customers tend to be a little more down on their luck, living there permanently. The part-time customers are people who come there just for weekends, holidays, vacationing. They tend to bring friends and make more use of the facilities, the common facilities. And then there are also a large number of people who aren't utility customers who make use of the pool and the kitchen. And that puts Gascony in a very unique situation, I believe, compared to most of the utilities. There's quite a few users of the water who are not utility customers. The company's system consists of a well, a storage tank, a well house, and approximately 6.5 miles of supply mains. The storage tank holds approximately 1,000 gallons of water, and the supply mains are primarily 2-inch and 2.5-inch PVC piping. The company is seeking an increase from the rates that were originally authorized for the company in the 1998-1999 CCN proceeding. So the commissioners have not seen Gascony County since the company first obtained its certificate and first had rates set. There are some contested issues before you today. The first one being salary for the president of the company. And it is the company's position that Mr. Hesh should be allowed to put into cost of service approximately $27,000 for his salary. And again, Mr. Hesh is the operator of the utility, and he is also the president of the company and the sole manager. So that would be total salaries for the company of $27,510. Staff and OPC argue in this case that only $15,000 should be included in cost of service for salary, and that is the exact amount that was included approximately 20 years ago. That is the amount in the settlement agreement in the CCN case that was allocated and included in cost of service for salary. So staff and OPC are the opinion that salary should still be the same from approximately 20 years ago, and the company believes that should be increased to approximately $27,000. We have the same difference between the parties on rent. There are two offices that the utility company uses. One is on site, and one is closer to where Mr. Hesh lives. Well, it is where Mr. Hesh lives, in St. Louis. And the company's position and the testimony in this case is that rent should be allowed an annual amount of $2,159 for the St. Louis office and $2,210 for the Gascony Village office. Staff and OPC, again, believe the amount should be at the same it was set at 20 years ago. They are at $1,500 in both of their cases, which is the amount included in cost of service approximately 20 years ago. For mileage, the contested issue of mileage, the only disagreement is with OPC. Staff and the company are in agreement that the federal mileage rate should be used, which is tradition, or at least traditional practice. And then OPC has asked that the state mileage rate be used. And let's see, our next issue, contested issue, is rate case expense. The company believes that all prudently incurred rate case expenses should be allowed in cost of service and then amortized over a period of 6 years. Mr. Hesh doesn't want to be here. He would have loved to have wrapped this up months ago through the small company procedure. But as I noted earlier, two of the main issues, staff and OPC believe there should have been no increase for salary or rents over approximately a 20-year period. Mr. Hesh could not continue with his company if there was no increase in revenue requirement over a 20-year period. So he did need to move forward with having an attorney and moving forward to hearing. The commission has recently changed their small company rule to refer to it as staff-assisted rate case procedure. Unfortunately, in this case, Mr. Hesh, in my opinion, has not been assisted by staff. For example, fighting things on raising salary even $1 over a 20-year period. That is not a staff-assisted procedure. Total revenue requirement for the company, according to the company's testimony, is approximately $57,000. The revenues currently being generated, and that's based on those rates set in 1999, are $36,149. So the company is asking for an increase in revenue requirement over present cost of service of approximately $21,000. So that would be for over the 20-year period, an increase of approximately $21,000 in revenue requirement. In contrast, staff is supporting an increase of approximately $1,200 over current revenues, and OPC is supporting an increase of less than $1,000 over current revenues. There are two rulemakings, I believe, just getting started at the commission in terms of failing small utilities, and sadly, this is an example of pretty much trying to create a situation where a small utility can't keep going. They're having to fight for every dollar of revenue requirement. Many issues were resolved. Many large issues were resolved, in fact. capital structure and ROE through a disposition agreement with staff. Capital structure is 100% equity, that is actual, so everyone is in agreement. And then the company agreed with staff on an ROE of 8.02%. So those things were not before you today and were agreed to in advance between the parties. There are some rate base issues that are contested. There are 2 lots that the company believes should be included in rate base. One is the lot where the well sits, and one is a lot where a large storage building sits that is used for company equipment. And all parties filed, well, staff and OPC filed testimony on those issues, and you'll get to hear about that shortly. The company is asking for $10,000 in rate base for one of the lots and $7,500 in rate base for the other lot. There are also some rate design issues that you'll be hearing about today. As I mentioned earlier, it's a somewhat unique structure with the full-time and part-time customers. And the company has presented testimony that those factors need to change for part-time as compared with full-time, and also those commercial customers. The company has found in these 20 years since those factors were first set that the part-time customers are using significantly more water than was expected at the beginning, and also that those commercial customers are using more water since, again, many non-customers use those facilities. And that is, I believe, goes over all of the contested issues you will be hearing about today. Do you have any questions for me?
Good morning.
Morning.
Other than capital structure and ROE, what else was resolved?
There's some depreciation. Most of the depreciation rates were resolved.
Can you, where is that?
That is in a disposition agreement that was filed.
I've got it. Help me
Okay.
find it in here.
Where is it?
The disposition agreement was filed in the case.
Where is it in here? Help me find it, is what I'm trying to.
One second. Beginning on the first page of staff's attachment is the issues resolved.
Okay.
And it has depreciation rates attached.
Okay, so attachment D.
Yes. And then that next paragraph,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, 'cause looking through the testimony, there appeared to be disputes about depreciation, so I was confused as to what was actually settled and what was not settled.
There are a couple specific accounts that are still contested issues on depreciation. But the majority of the depreciation rates were taken care of in the disposition agreement.
Okay, well, I'm still not finding it, but I will find it, I guess, eventually. Anything else settled?
Yes, it's the depreciation rates, and I actually just finally found out there is a chart showing those rates. It's about halfway through. I don't think all the pages are numbered. Apologize for that. Makes it harder to find things. In addition to depreciation, it was capital structure and ROE, 100% equity.
Right.
Which is
Anything else?
actual, an 8.02 return on equity.
Okay, anything else settled, or is that?
There are some conditions or requirements for the company to comply with, and that is following issue 4, issues resolved number 4 on that disposition agreement in terms of the company maintaining records, travel logs, timesheets.
Okay. So those are requirements going forward. Anything else in terms of revenue requirement or rate design?
I believe that is everything.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Opening from staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission.
May it please the Commission. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Alexandra Klaus. I'm here with Jacob Weston on behalf of staff regarding Gascony Water Company, Inc.'s rate increase request. I'll likely shorten the company name, so when I mention Gascony, I'm talking about the water company certificated to provide water service. Because of the span of time that has passed since rates were first established in Gascony's certification case, which for convenience I call the CCN case, and because certain transactions that have occurred before and after that CCN case, we have prepared a demonstrative PowerPoint to outline both some of the history of the company and the procedural history of this case. We have copies of this presentation available, and I thank you for your patience as Mr. Weston helps me pass those out, and I hopefully get this presentation to work. Might need help starting the show. Next one? There we go. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. We'll first have two slides showing some general history of Gascony and how it came to be, which, as you've heard, Gascony provides water service to customers in Gascony Village. Gascony Village is a subdivision in rural Gasconade County, Missouri. These first two slides will provide some historical context for what's led us to this case. As you can see, this timeline takes us from the 1970s through the 1990s and will continue through 2017. It's anticipated that some of what you will hear today will focus on certain real property, and you'll see these property transfers along the timeline. We begin in 1972, when Gas Osage Realty Company, Inc., which I will call Gas Osage, was incorporated as a business entity with the state of Missouri. Gas Osage is a company solely owned by Mr. Hesch, who is also the sole shareholder of Gascony. In 1980, a well was installed on Lot 27 in order to provide water service to Gascony. In 1986, Lot 27, which contains the well, was transferred from George Hesch in his individual capacity to Gas Osage. In 1987, Gas Osage transferred Lot 27 to two of Mr. Hesch's children. About 10 years later, an application for a CCN was filed in case WA-2017-0343. In 1998, Gas Osage discontinued water company operations as a division of Gas Osage, and Gascony Water Company, Inc. was incorporated and substituted in place of Mr. Hesch as a party in the CCN case. 1999 marks the effective date of the order approving tariffs in the CCN case. Prior to the grant of the CCN, Gas Osage was solely responsible for the operation of the well and the provision of water. In 2014, a rate increase request was filed by Gascony and later withdrawn. In 2015, an entity called CMC Water Company, LLC, was incorporated, and also in that year, Lot 27 was transferred from Mr. Hesch's children to CMC Water Company, LLC. Gascony filed on June 19, 2017, its rate increase letter, which originally sought an increase of $15,000. This amount was subsequently increased in the company's filed surrebuttal testimony to $21,148, which is an increase of $6,148 from the filed case. Less than a month later, on July 14th, CMC Water purported to transfer as a limited partnership Lot 27 to Gascony. The The evidence will show that despite not having an appraisal, a sales contract, or other similar type of document, Gascony wrote a check in the amount of $10,000 for this transfer. On July 27th, Gasco Sage transferred the shed property, a piece of property which is adjacent to Lot 27, to Gascony by unrecorded deed. In its request, Gascony seeks to include the purchase price of these properties in its rate base. Staff opposes the inclusion of those amounts in rate base. Turning now to the procedural timeline in this case, which comes from the small utility rate case timeline filed on June 21st, you'll again see that Gascony filed on June 19th its rate increase letter, which started this timeline in motion. Just to quickly follow along with this slide, Day 90 marks the time in which staff provides to the company and OPC its preliminary audit results. It's my understanding that between Day 90 and Day 120, there's further opportunity to provide and consider additional information, and on Day 120, staff provides its settlement proposal packet to the company. A meeting on this packet occurs around Day 130, and a disposition or stipulation agreement is filed around Day 150. After Day 150 is when the parties filed testimony. So why is this important? It's important because of the legal standard set by statute for rate increases and how the company can satisfy their burden to meet that standard. It's important because the Commission should have a more complete picture in mind as it takes on the task of making credibility determinations and decisions regarding whether or not Gascony has met its burden in this case. Missouri Statute Section 393.150 provides that Gascony has the burden of proof as to whether an increased rate is just and reasonable, and it must meet this burden by a preponderance of the evidence. This means that Gascony must show that its evidence and reasonable inferences from that evidence weigh more in favor of Gascony's position than against it. The evidence will show that this is likely a tall order for Gascony. For example, Mr. Russo, who is now a consultant for Gascony and who provided testimony in this case, was a member of staff who participated in the CCN case. In the CCN case, Mr. Russo provided testimony that property development costs should not be included in rates, and that in his review of records from 1982 to 1996, he discovered certain items were already identified in plant, already expensed, and he took the position that those already expensed items should not again be included in rate base, stating that if companies were allowed to include previously expensed items in future rates, they would in effect be receiving the benefit of that item twice. Additionally, as to payroll, the evidence will show that Mr. Russo filed testimony in this case, that although the company did provide additional evidence as to Mr. Hesch's management time, the company also realizes that additional information is still lacking. It's anticipated that some examination today will focus on whether or not Gasco Sage was the predecessor company to Gascony, and whether transactions between Gasco Sage and Gascony were not at arm's length. Testimony from Mr. Hesch in the CCN case, and in this case, described Gasco Sage as Gascony's predecessor. And while recognizing that there are no affiliate transaction rules for water companies, Mr. Hesch nevertheless, in testimony, agrees with staff and OPC that a transaction involving Gasco Sage and Gascony with respect to a trencher asset is an affiliated transaction. Staff understands that this is a small company. Staff also understands the issues in this case can have a big impact. Here with me and Mr. Weston today to answer more specific questions that you may have are Matthew Young, Michael Jason Taylor, Jared Robertson, Mark Kiesling, and Stephen Moylanen. We appreciate very much your consideration of this matter. Thank you, and I will do my best to answer any questions that you may have.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Opening from the Office of the Public Counsel.
Good morning. May it please the Commission.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Lyra Shemwell, representing the Office of the Public Counsel. In this case, Public Counsel does support the $15,000 salary recommendation of staff. This is despite the fact that the timesheets submitted by Mr. Hesh report all of the same 3 activities over and over and over again. Examples of this are at Jason Taylor's testimony at R4. These activities are without deviation. Staff notes in its testimony, Mr. Taylor's testimony, that it does not have sufficient information to support more than the $15,000. The information submitted, in fact, supports a salary level of $10,107 for Mr. Hesh. We do not consider it unreasonable, though, for staff to support more than what was reported as time for management activities. But the $15,000 certainly was not supported by the company in its testimony. The commission should order Mr. Hesh and the part-time employee to keep contemporaneous or relatively contemporaneous detailed timesheets specifying the actual activity and the type of work that was done. The staff, the idea that the staff has not assisted the company in this case to set a rate that is above what is just and reasonable misrepresents the facts and the description. The company's description of the rule also misrepresents the rule. Public Counsel is recommending that the Commission adopt the state of Missouri mileage rate instead of the federal rate. In fact, we do live in Missouri, and we feel that that rate is just and reasonable, particularly since the company did not keep any vehicle records as required by the original stipulation and agreement in this case. Record keeping is an issue for this company. I will note that in 97-510, Jim Merciel, who still works here at the Commission, wrote in his testimony in support of the stipulation and agreement on page 5, it is imperative that the company keep records and use the form similar to those that were included as part of the stipulation so that staff can verify actual expenses. This has not happened. We do support staff's position on the land. In his direct testimony in the 97 case, Mr. Hesh told the Commission the company will own and operate an adequately sized water system. The company will also own a trailer which will serve the company, the land on which the well plant is situated, a computer and other equipment, office furniture, a trencher, and shop tools. These assets are currently on the books of the realty company, which Mr. Hesh also owns, and he says the trailer was purchased in 1996 for about $10,000. The trencher was purchased on or about 1995 for approximately $10,800. All of these assets have been and will be used exclusively by the company and not by the realty company. So he told the Commission that they would own those items, and he also notes the date that the trencher was purchased, which is a matter at issue here. In the 1997 case, CCN case, as it always does, the Commission ordered specific depreciation rates. We use the USOA 1972 as revised in 1976 for water companies with 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. Mr. Robinette explains that the rates the Commission ordered are consistent with Class C, but that in calculating rate base for this case, neither the staff nor the company used the Commission ordered rates. that are currently in effect. Ms. Roth will explain her position on mileage, and I thank the commission for its attention.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you. Gascony, you can call your first witness.
Jim Russo.
Mr. Russo, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can proceed.
Mr. Russo, if you'll please state your full name.
James M. Russo, R-U-S-S-O.
And what is your relationship with Gascony Water Company, the utility in this case?
I'm working as a consultant, expert witness to assist Mr. Hesh in this case.
Did you prepare direct testimony and surrebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Your direct testimony has been marked Exhibit 1, and your surrebuttal testimony has been marked Exhibit 2. Do you have those documents with you?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to make on your direct testimony, Exhibit 1?
No.
Do you have any changes to make on your surrebuttal testimony, Exhibit 2?
Yes.
What are those changes?
I have one minor correction to make. It's on Schedule SUR-JR1. I inadvertently put in part-time customers at 156, when it should be 157. And so it changes, changes the revenues from 36,149 to 36,296, which is what staff has also. We're in agreement with staff.
Mr. Russo, could you bring the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
It's a minor change, but it does flow through. It changes the bottom line on that same schedule, line 36, from $21,148 to $21,001. But it also affects, in the actual surrebuttal testimony on page 15, the box with the rates. It reduces all those items. Full-time customers would be 124.56. Part-time would be 62.28. The swimming pool would be 747.35. The dump station would be 311.40, and the kitchen would be 249.12. That's the only change that I have.
If I ask the questions that are in the direct testimony and surrebuttal testimony of you today, would your answers be essentially the same as corrected?
Yes.
I offer Mr. Russo for cross-examination and move for the admission of Exhibits 1 and 2.
Any objection from staff to Exhibits 1 and 2?
No objection. Thank you, Judge.
Any objection from the Office of the Public Counsel to Exhibits 1 and 2?
No, thank you.
Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted onto the hearing record. Cross-examination by staff?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Russo.
Good morning.
My name is Jacob Weston, and I'll be asking you some questions this morning. Just real quick, you answered it in response to Ms. Carter's question. Your role in relation to the company is as an expert witness,
Correct.
and you are a consultant for the rate case, correct?
Correct.
You're not Mr. Hesh's personal accountant.
No.
You're not an accountant for the company in any sort of way.
No.
You haven't seen his tax records or tax returns or anything like that, right?
Correct. I have not.
Okay. All right. I'm going to try to just ask a couple brief questions for the various issues on which you testified. The first one is in regards to salary. According to your testimony, you identified that Mr. Hesh kept no timesheets, no records for his operations time prior to 2015. Isn't that right?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. And in relation to the management time that you subsequently provided to the staff after day 150, that time you identified in your testimony he had no management records prior to November 2017, no time records whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay. And you provided management time to staff, but that was based on Mr. Hesch's direct statements to you, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. We provided to the staff the timesheets he kept from November, I think it was about November 10th through,
Actually, if you don't mind, let me interrupt. Let me see if I can actually provide the document for you to look
Sure.
at.
you're referring to Schedule 2, I believe.
Yeah, and it's also in Mr. Taylor's testimony as Schedule MJT5.
That's fine. That's fine.
Are we talking about the same document?
Well, we're talking about two different things.
No,
okay.
I'm sorry. The
No.
document that we're looking at.
I understand that, but my answer to your question was I wasn't understanding your question properly.
You are saying then, in response to your Schedule 2, our Schedule 5 in our rebuttal testimony, that this is not timesheets that you provided to staff?
This is not the timesheets we provided to staff in early January that reflected the management time worked from mid-November through, I believe, December 31st.
Okay.
This is a different item.
This is your estimate of Mr. Hesch's management time, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. And this estimate is based on what you're saying are timesheets as well as Mr. Hesch's own statements, correct?
This is developed from discussions with Mr. Hesch.
That's right. And in fact, your testimony says this document is developed from discussions with Mr. Hesch.
I believe that's correct.
That's right. Thank you. Excuse me just while I go through my notes. I'll ask you a couple quick questions about the rent. You have included rent for a St. Louis office, correct?
Correct.
And that information again came to staff after day 150?
I don't know when it came to staff.
Okay. That's for an office that you identify as Mr. Hesch using in his personal home in St. Louis,
That's correct.
separate from the office that staff has included some recovery for in Gascony Village, the subdivision.
Correct.
That's right. And that office in St. Louis, again, that's based on your personal experience or Mr. Hesch's statements, correct?
I would say both.
Okay. I know you just identified earlier, you've not seen Mr. Hesch's tax returns. Do you know if he claims an office on his tax returns?
I have no idea.
Okay. I appreciate your patience as I just catch up on one more thing. You agree that Mr. Hesch should include it's your position that Mr. Esch should be able to recover for a all-terrain vehicle, UTV, and a trencher as part of this case?
Yes.
And you base that on the promissory notes that are signed between Mr. Hesch's Gasco Sage Realty Company and then Mr. Hesch's Gascony Water Company?
The promissory notes were used to determine value, yes.
Yes. And if everyone's attention, please turn to Schedule R9 of Mr. Young's rebuttal testimony. R9 and R10. These are the promissory notes that you're referring to?
They look like they are, yes.
And there's one on the front and one on the back
Right.
of that page.
Correct.
And can you identify when those were executed?
Just sometime in 2017 would be, it looks like July 1st of 2017 on this one. Hang on. Looks like July 1st of 2017 on this other one.
And these, you're indicating, need to be recovered starting from sometime in 2015, is that correct?
Those promissory notes, it's my understanding he renews them annually, and I did not look at any of the ones prior to those. I just looked at the ones he had in effect at that time.
In fact, you haven't seen any other promissory notes prior to these particular, have you?
I don't know if that's true or not.
Mr. Russo, we've referenced a certificate in convenience of necessity case filed in, I believe, either end of 97 or beginning of 98, which was referenced as WA-2017-0343.
Correct.
You filed testimony in that case, correct?
Correct.
The testimony you filed is your position as a staff auditor in that case, correct?
Yes.
And you worked on rate base issues?
Yeah.
Yes, right?
Right, I guess. It's been a long time.
You don't recall what you worked on?
No, I do, some of it, but
And if I could turn your attention again to Schedule Matt R. Young's R2 schedule. Attached to his testimony is a copy of your testimony in that case. Do you recall seeing that?
yes.
And in that case, you made the following question and answer series, which was part of that case and which was filed in support of the stipulation. Question: in response to the company's proposal, with what parts of the rate-based calculation do you disagree? Answer: the original cost of plant and service, cash working capital, and reserve for completion. Question: why do you disagree with the original cost of plant and service? Answer: you say there are several items that staff believe should not be included in plant and service. First, on Schedule 1, page 2, lines 5 through 16 are identified various additions to source of supply. Source of supply would be the well. Lot
Correct.
27, correct?
Correct.
Company has not supplied any supporting documentation to identify what type of work was performed. Therefore, the staff cannot recommend including these amounts in plant and service. In addition, Schedule 1, page 2, line 12, identifies an item as a new pump. Line 13 identifies a pump motor, and line 14 identifies a pump. Yet, there is no indication if these were additional installations or if they were replacements for items that should have been retired. And your testimony? starting line 15.
Okay.
I read those correctly for the,
Well, I don't remember what you said exactly, but yes, I'm assuming you did.
I'm sorry? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Russo, I have one more item I'd like you to read along with. Starting on page 4, line 1, in response to a question, you say the following answer. The reserve for completion calculation appears to be an attempt to allocate to ratepayers a portion of the original construction costs as identified as development costs over the number of lots developed, since not all the lots have been sold. It is the staff's opinion that no property development costs should be included in rates, whether or not the identified property lot has been sold. Have you reviewed other documents? Answer, yes, I have. I have reviewed all of the records of the company that were provided to staff. These records including documents relating to the cost of land expenditures for the time period September 1, 1982 through December 31st, 1996, and the 1979 and 1980 federal income tax returns. Question, what did you discover in your review? Answer, based on the information provided by the company, it appears that all of the identified plant and service costs were expensed in the year occurred as a development cost. Question, how does this affect the proposed rate base of the company? Answer, items that have been previously expensed should not be included in rate base for rate-making purposes. If companies were allowed to include previously expensed items in future rates, they would in effect be receiving the benefit of that item twice. Based on our review of companies' records, the staff is recommending $0 for rate base. Does this conclude your rebuttal testimony? Yes. Did I read all of that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, development costs and the well that you identified earlier, the additional plant that's referring to the well and the distribution system of this location, development of the subdivision, correct?
Without looking at all the schedules that were attached to that original testimony,
You don't know?
I don't remember, because
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Russo.
Are you passing the witness?
Yeah, no further questions.
Hi, Mr. Russo. My name is Curtis Shuby. I'm going to start by talking a little bit more about the income that you had testified about. Have you reviewed the stipulation and agreement from the 1998 CCN case in your preparation for this hearing?
I have reviewed it within the last 3 months, but not in the last 3 weeks or
Do you
so.
agree that that stipulation and agreement required Mr. Hesh to maintain records for his timesheets?
Yes.
All right. And would you also agree that he did not maintain records from 1999 when the order became effective until 2015?
Yes.
And would you agree that with regard to management expenses, he still did not maintain records until 2017, around the time that this case was filed?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree that he was not in compliance until those dates?
Yes.
All right. And then you'd also said that your Schedule 2 to your direct testimony was based upon what Mr. Hesh had reported to you. Is that correct?
Mr. Shuby, can you turn your mic on?
Sorry.
Could you repeat that, please?
All right. So you had said that the Schedule 2 to your direct testimony was based upon meetings with Mr. Hesh and what he reported to you.
It was based on discussions with Mr. Hesh, yes.
Okay. Through the course of your career, have you been required to keep timesheets before?
I have, yes.
All right. And do you find that if a couple days or weeks or months go by that it's a little bit foggier as to what you had actually worked?
Not necessarily.
All right. I'd like to next talk about mileage. To your knowledge, with regard to Mr. Hesch's work for Gascony, did he drive outside the state of Missouri?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you agree that the IRS deduction rate is a nationwide rate?
Yes,
Okay, so it applies to drivers in California just the same as it applies to the drivers in Missouri?
it applies to, as far as I know, any U.S. citizen or any citizen that files taxes and uses it.
Do you agree that gas rates are more expensive in other parts of the country?
Some places more, some places less.
Would you agree that some places are more than Missouri?
Some places more, yes.
All right. Did Mr. Hesch provide any mileage records to you to review?
It is my understanding he has them. I have not looked at them.
You've not looked at any mileage records?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct you to page 17 of your sole rebuttal testimony.
You said 17?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
All right. In response to the question, why does the company believe the commission should approve the federal mileage reimbursement rate company? Your second sentence, you had said the state of Missouri mileage reimbursement rate is based upon the state of Missouri's cost to operate the state fleet. Can you explain what you meant by that?
All you can find when you look at the state information is they have a rate, I think it's 37 cents, give or take, but it doesn't say how they come to that. So the conclusion I would come to is it's just based on what it costs the state, not the individuals within the state, but the state of Missouri to operate their existing fleet. If you look at the state as a huge business, they're going to have savings to run their fleet that an average individual would not have.
So
that's how I look at it.
if I heard you correctly, you said that you do not have knowledge as to that,
Knowledge to what, sir?
how they calculate that number.
That is correct. I have no idea how they come up with 37 cents.
Okay. Can you explain the distinction between a tax deduction and a reimbursement?
Okay, if you're a state employee driving your own car, I believe.
And I'm not talking.
I understand that, but it's.
Sir, I want to clarify my question. I'm not referring to a state employee specifically. I'm just conceptually, overall speaking, what's the distinction between a deduction and a reimbursement?
Well, a reimbursement is where you're reimbursed by a party for an expense. A deduction is something you can take off of your income taxes.
Right. So that's basically a deduction would mean that's not taxable income, correct?
It's a reduction to taxable income, yes.
Okay. And a reimbursement would mean that whoever's being reimbursed would get that money in full. Is that correct?
Whatever the reimbursement is, yes.
All right. So would you agree that the IRS rate is a deduction and the Missouri rate is a reimbursement?
I'm not sure now that you say that. I'd have to go back and look at how Missouri words their stuff. I don't know. But the IRS is definitely a deduction.
Okay. Would it help you to see a printout from the OA website?
Go ahead. This says allowance, so.
If you look at the second sentence on that document,
Okay, the state mileage reimbursement rate, okay,
would you agree now that Missouri's rate is a reimbursement rate, not a
Okay.
deduction?
okay. Sure,
Is that a yes or a no?
that's a yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to ask one or two questions about your rate design testimony. If you could go to page 13 of your direct.
Okay,
All right. In response to the question, why are you proposing to increase the part-time customer equivalent factor from 0.35 to 0.5? the second sentence of your response is the company has observed that the part-time customers visit Gascony Village more frequently, and the part-time customers bring greater number of guests. Was your testimony just based upon observation of the company?
It's both my personal observation on my visits to the company and discussions with Mr. Hesh.
Were there any studies performed on the increased use of part-time consumers?
No.
Do you have any evidence other than your own observations and Mr. Hesh's observations?
That is all we have, yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Russo.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions about depreciation. What USOA account for water utilities? Do you agree with me that for water utilities, the USOA provides for different accounts based upon their revenue requirement or income?
Right, there's A, B, C, and D.
Do you know what USOA account the company is using?
No, I do not.
Do you know what account the commission ordered in the 1997 case?
I do not recall, no.
Is the company using what the commission currently, or what the commission ordered in the 97 case?
I don't know. The company is using what staff recommended. That's what the company basically adopted what staff did.
Mr. Russo, is this your work paper?
I don't think so. I believe it might be Mr. Robertson's. I'm not sure. I don't know who it is. Or John Robinette's, maybe.
It was attached to John Robinette's testimony as your work paper?
Okay, I don't know.
You don't recognize this as your work paper?
It could be, I just don't know. I see a lot of things on here that are similar to what we developed. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Can you provide your work paper
I
to me?
don't have anything with me. I'm sorry.
If I represent to you that this is your work paper?
Subject to check, sure.
Okay, subject to check. All right. I'd like us to look at uniform system of accounts for D. You agree that this is a uniform system accounts for Class D?
Yes,
And that this is for Class C?
yes,
And I'm handing you the general instructions that describe the four classes, is
Right.
that correct? And Class D applies to utilities with operating revenues of less than $50,000.
correct.
But would you agree with me also that any utility may, at its option, adopt the system of accounts prescribed by the commission, which in this case is FERC? Because these are FERC, USOA approved accounts for any larger class of utilities. Have I read that correctly?
Yes, you have.
Are these the classes that the commission uses for water companies?
Yes,
And let's look at what we're thinking are your work papers, okay? The 340 accounts, do those match Class D or Class C? .340 structures and improvements.
All of these?
Yes.
Okay, 340 is the same.
346 is meters,
I'm 341 right now.
structures and improvements.
Yes, they look the same.
Those are all for Class C, right?
C or D, it looks like to me.
There are some differences between C and D. No?
I don't see any
Okay.
differences between them here.
Now let's look at the 300 accounts. 389.
Okay.
Let's look at 391. You have utility plant purchased, and 391 here is
Right.
office furniture and
Right.
equipment in account
There,
C.
there is a difference between 391, that's correct, yes. C is the same as this, I don't know what to call this schedule, my worksheet. And then D is different for that account number.
And 394.
394 is different, yes. It looks, yeah,
Is from accounts Class C.
yes.
So is there some confusion as to whether or not Class C or D is being used?
It looks like there's some of both being used.
I'm going to show you the 2016 annual report from Gascony Water Company, and I'd like to ask the commission to take notice of it. It's filed in the commission's records as BMAR-2017-1856. And I'm going to ask you to look here at the company's annual report. Sorry that it's on 2 pages, but, and down here, this is page W5. What the company has reported is that they are using B and C with none in D. Is that correct?
Ms. Shimwell, this is BMAR 2017-856.
1856.
And what is that again?
This is the annual report filed by Gascony Water for 2016.
And you're wanting me to take notice of that?
Yes, please. It's filed in the commission's records.
Any objection from the company?
No objection.
Any objection from staff?
None.
I'll take official administrative notice of that.
Do you want to keep this?
Go on.
Do you know if a utility is permitted by the USOA to file in 2 different accounts?
I do not know.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Russo.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the commission?
Good morning.
Good morning.
In the CCN case, there was $1,000 allocated for meters for the commercial customers. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Were those meters put in place?
Yes, they were, is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and so did you, are you the individual who determined the company's request for the customer for the rate design in this case?
For the CCN case?
No, for this case.
For this, the case we're in now, yes.
Yes. Okay, so did you use meter readings to make that recommendation?
I did not have any meter readings available. It's been my understanding, and this even goes back to when I was with staff, I was out there numerous times, we can never find the meters. Or if they were there, they were underneath so much water that you could never read them. So I don't really know.
So what did you base your recommendation on for the customer equivalence?
On commercial customers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On increased usage, it's gasketing.
Well, how did you measure increased usage?
I think I can answer that, sir. At the certificate case, the facilities at the pool house and at the kitchen were completely different than the facilities now. For instance, at the pool house, I believe it went from 4 showers to 8 showers.
Okay, I understand that. I read
right.
your testimony.
Okay.
I understand that there are some differences in the kitchen now versus then, the pool now and then. I'm trying to get a better sense as to any accuracy of that suggested change.
There is nothing there are no numbers to look at that I can reference you to in terms of water consumption.
I know you disagree with staff's assertion as set forth in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Young on page 15, lines 12 through 15, but I don't understand your disagreement. So I'll let you turn to page 15.
Of my testimony? Or?
No, of Mr. Young's rebuttal testimony.
I don't have his, but if you can reference where I said that in my testimony, I might be able to answer your questions here.
Have you reviewed Mr. Young's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have it in front of you?
No, sir, I do not.
Maybe someone can supply you with that.
That'd be fine.
Page 15 of Mr. Young's rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
You need page 16 as well.
Is it on the back of it?
It's page 15.
All right. So, where are you referencing to, sir?
On lines 12 through 15, Mr. Young says, this testimony illustrates that in the 1997 CCN case, the parties agreed that Gascony Water did not have any unrecovered investment in utility plant at the time the certificate was granted by the commission because all development costs were recovered through lot sales. Now, you do disagree with that assertion, do you not?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you explain to me why?
The back in that CCN case, the testimony filed by who the expert witness was then for the company talked about recovering, I'm thinking it was about $150 per lot. I don't have that in front of me either. And it was specifically for the water's mains. They had a number there. They were trying to recover. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of $75,000 to $80,000. It was specifically identified. And based on what I read in that gentleman's testimony is why I just disagree with that.
So your view is that there was unrecovered investment in utility plant?
Yes. One of the problems back then was the company did not provide any receipts for anything, and there was no way of, as a staff member then, determining what the item was, how it was paid for, who paid for it, or anything. So it was a matter of poor record keeping on the company back then.
But the company does have the burden of proof to show what unrecovered investment in utility plant it has, correct?
That is a correct statement, yes.
In the 1997 CCN case, there was a 5-year amortization of startup costs. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, 4 or 5 years, yes.
Okay, well, I'm looking at, again, Mr. Young's testimony on that same page, and he asserts that it's 5 years. So
That's fine. It'd be $4,000 a year then.
So is it true then that there hasn't been a rate case since then, and so the company has continued to recover that $4,000 a year?
That is a correct statement, yes.
So would you agree with Mr. Young that as of June 30, 2017, customers have paid a total of $73,000 for this amortization during the prior 18 and a quarter years?
I trust Mr. Young's math, yes.
So that's $55,000 in excess of actual costs, correct?
I'm not sure what you're saying there. I apologize.
Well, $20,000 in costs, and the company received
Okay, yes.
in excess of $73,000. So, is it safe to assume that this $55,000 was collected by the company without any corresponding expense amount? So these dollars theoretically covered other costs of service amounts?
Yes.
When did the utility start using the UTV? Do you know?
There's been a UTV out there for a long time. It gets really confusing, so let me try to explain what I understand about the UTV. The UTV was the one that staff and OPC is identifying as one that I believe was purchased back in 2007, or it shows up in the 2007 annual report. There's that UTV. And it was used by Mr. Hesh for anything out there at Gascony Village, which could also possibly include some of his real estate dealings. So it was a multi-use vehicle in that respect. When he filed the case that he pulled in, whenever it was, let me look at this timeline here, that staff prepared. When he filed the case in 2014 and withdrew it in December 2014, out of that case, he was under the impression that, he being Mr. Hesh, that the auditing staff told him that they weren't going to include it because it was multi-use. So he went ahead and bought another one. So there's really two ATVs, UTVs, they're actually UTVs that are out there. The one that he bought, and it was either 14 or 15 that he bought it. And it was either $3,200 or $3,500. It gets very confusing sometimes, even to me. But that one is used 100% for the utility. So there's some confusion on what the UTV is, but it's actually one that he bought after he pulled the last case. He bought it in, I believe it was the summer or late summer 2015, and that is the one that he uses solely for water utility business.
And who did he buy that from?
It was a private party.
An unaffiliated.
Yeah, yes, just like, I don't know if it was off of eBay or through a dealership, I don't know that, but it's a private party. No relationship at all.
And what is so that plant was in service in 2015?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And when did the company when did the company start using the trencher?
Okay. The trencher goes back somewhere in the 1990s. It was purchased by the realty company, and back then it was used for anything the realty company needed to be done and anything that the water company needed to be done, even before it was water company. It was used for everything back then. Back in that certificate case, if you look at what staff was doing in terms of rate-based values, and if you're looking at the schedules, it would have went in if it went into the water plant at zero. So Mr. Hesh said, the heck with that, I'll just keep it in my realty business. So he used it from then until, again, about that 2015 time frame. And then he realized in 2015 that, I don't use this for the realty anymore. It really is water utility property, or it should be water utility property. So he transferred it then, did a sale to him, basically to himself, to get that into the utility business. I believe it was $8,200 at that point. He went ahead and looked at trenchers that were available, and I think he has one attached to his certified testimony, a quote for one now that's at like $14,000. So, I mean, he gave it to himself at a good deal in terms of what the prices are of those things. I don't know.
$14,000 was for a new trencher?
No. This is for a similar used one that he did for the 82. It's attached to his testimony. There's something there. All those years that this thing was used by both, the realty company paid for all the upkeep on that thing. So if it had to have oil change or if it had something go out, the realty company did all that, and the water company never did anything of it. The water company was never charged from the royalty for using it during those early years. So like I say, about 15 he realized he's not using it for the realty anymore. He's winding that business down. And so he felt it was time to dispose of it. And if you're going to dispose of it, why not sell it to your water utility instead of selling it out there to another party?
Then concerning the sale of lot 27, the utility is signing annual promissory notes. Was that your testimony a moment ago?
That was on the trencher and the UTV. On that lot sale, there's a deed, and I believe, you need to ask Mr. Hesh, I believe money changed hands. I believe he paid $10,000 for it.
Okay. And then the shed property,
Okay.
that was a $7,500 payment, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was a payment from the utility to whom?
It would go from the utility to the realty company in that case.
And did you do any analysis as to whether that was a fair and reasonable price?
Well, we tried. There's testimony that says no, appraisers wouldn't appraise it, and that that's true, as far as I know, and so it's difficult. But we attempted, based on unimproved lot sales that he had recently, to come up with an appraisal for both Lot 27 and the storage building lots. And, I mean, I think it's reasonable, yes, but
So the $10,000 for lot 27 and the $7,500 for the shed property, that's for the actual real property?
yes.
I thought there was a general rule that real property doesn't depreciate. Is that true?
Yes.
So the company is trying to get that 10,000 and that 7,500 into rate base?
I believe it's when you purchase something, or the value of the land at the time that you acquire it, that value does not depreciate. In other words, if you have a piece of land you go out and buy today for $10,000, if it's placed into rate base, it's going to stay in rate base forever at $10,000, and you get the return on that, but it's never depreciated. You don't get the return of.
Do you know of other small water and sewer utilities in the state that have a rate design similar to the one at issue in this case?
No. These are, well, there's a couple reasons. One, these are quarterly rates. The customer makeup is unique. There's a lot of systems out there that have parts of this, but there's nobody that has all of this or even most of this that I'm aware of.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross examination based upon commission questions?
Yes, Judge, just briefly. Mr. Russo, the chairman asked you a question about the value and ownership of the UTV. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And he also mentioned the promissory note in relation to Lot 27, and you identified that that was for the trencher and the UTV, correct?
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood. You said that the UTV was the one that the company is trying to include in rates now was purchased from a wholly unrelated third party, correct?
Yes.
And if we'll just look at Schedule R10 of Matt Young's rebuttal testimony, and you looked at this document earlier, this is for, at the very bottom, it says collateral, the 6x4 Gator hydraulic dump. That's the vehicle we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And the purchase
Yes.
price is $3,500, right?
Yes.
And the promissory note is actually between Gask Osage Realty, the lender, and Gascony Water Company, Inc., the borrower. Isn't that what this document says?
That's what it says. That's correct.
And this is the document that is the source of the value of the UTV that's trying to be included in rates, correct?
The price of that item was paid for by the realty company. The realty company gave the third party the money.
So you misspoke when you were
Well,
giving the chairman an answer
It's,
earlier?
I don't know if it's misspoke to the extent that I didn't say that the realty company paid for it, because I just, quite frankly, forgot that they paid for it till you showed this to me.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. One other item, the chairman asked you about Lot 27. That lot was originally owned by Mr. Hesh, was it not?
I believe that's correct, way back,
Right. And
way back, yeah.
And he transferred that to his realty company, Gask Osage Realty Co.
I believe that's correct.
And then that transferred the Lot 27 where the well is located away to his children, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And so the $10,000 that Mr. Hesh is trying to include, that the water company is trying to include, it's purchasing property that he owned, gave away to his kids, and is now trying to get back, correct?
It's for purchasing property from CMC, that's correct.
And CMC is the company that his children own, informed?
As far as I know, it is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross examination from the Office of the Public Counsel?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Russo to look at Mr. Hesh's testimony from the 97 case. I have extra copies of that. We've asked the commission to take notice of that. Is the commission interested in having copies?
Thank you.
Mr. Russo, I'm going to show you this document. Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you to turn to.
And I'm
page-
sorry, if we could start with, I don't mean to make a formal objection on it, if we could start with what question this relates to from the commissioners, so I know where to look in my notes.
So I'm talking about the trencher and comments. And I'm turning to page 3. Do you see that this is Mr. Hesch's testimony, page 3, under the question, what are the company's assets? And he specifically says that he lists a number of assets, and at line 56, he says the trencher was purchased on or about 1995 for approximately $10,000. And then he says all of these assets have been and will be used exclusively by the company, not by the realty company. Is that correct? Is that what he told the commission?
That's what he said at that point in time, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Russo.
Thank you.
Any redirect from Gascony?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Russo, Commissioner Hall asked you about the meters, the 3 commercial meters. Is there another meter on the property in addition to those 3 commercial meters?
There's the master meter.
And is that read by the company?
Yes.
And has the company also read 2 of the 3 commercial meters for water usage?
As of yesterday evening, that has been brought to my attention, yes.
So when Mr. Hesch takes the stand, he could provide information to answer Commissioner Hall's question about those meter readings?
If they exist, yes.
And did you look at the water usage from the master meter?
I have reviewed that, yes.
And was that taken into consideration in the rate design testimony?
To the extent that when rates were developed, it was based on somewhere around 2.1 million gallons of water being used, and it's now presently in excess of 6 million. That just indicated to me that things have changed over the years a little bit more.
Mr. Weston, counsel for the staff, asked you questions about your testimony in the CCN case. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Please describe any consistencies that you believe exist between your testimony in the CCN case and your testimony in this current rate case. Do you believe there are any inconsistencies?
Inconsistencies? No.
And I'm sorry, I spoke on top of you. Did you say no?
No, yes. I said no.
Do you believe staff is misinterpreting your testimony from the CCN case?
A little bit, yes.
Could you explain that for us?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me again. It'd be great if somebody had a copy of what I filed back then, and I can probably point out a few things. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Shemwell.
Back when I originally did this, looking at it 20 years later, I probably would have worded things differently. However, on page 2 of that, on the lines 18 through 23, and I think I went over to page 3 where I believe staff counsel asked me a little bit about that. The reason those items weren't allowed is because there was no supporting documentation. I mean, if there were receipts, I don't know what staff would have done back then, looking at it now, but my guess is, on some of these items, if the company had documentation, rate base would not have originally been set at zero, with the exception of that $1,000 for the meters. Okay? So I disagree with the way that is being portrayed. And I think at the very end on page 4, where staff or council read that page, the wording he read is correct, but I think the meaning is different in the sense that the items on page 2 really weren't included in what's on page 4 in that sense. I wasn't referring to it, and I could have been clearer back in 97 or whenever that was written, but hindsight's wonderful.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Russo, you're excused.
Thank you.
Gascony Water, you can call your next witness.
George Hesh.
Mr. Hesh, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Gascony, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Hesh, if you'll please state your full name for the record.
George R. Hesh.
And what is your relationship with Gascony Water Company?
I'm the sole owner.
And are you also the president of the company?
Yes.
Did you prepare direct testimony and surrebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Those have been marked Exhibits 3 and 4. Do you have any corrections to make to those?
I don't believe so.
If I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes.
I tender Mr. Hesh for cross-examination and move for the admission of Exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection to Exhibits 3 and 4? Staff?
No objection, Judge.
No, thank you.
Gascony Exhibits 3 and 4 will be admitted onto the hearing record. Any cross from staff?
Yes, very briefly, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Hesh.
Good morning.
My name is Alexandra Klaus. I'm legal counsel for staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission. Just have a couple of hopefully quick questions. Would like to ask you about the general warranty deed dated July 27th that relates to the shed property. Are you aware of that deed, or would you like me to put it
I've
in
got to
front of you?
look at it. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know, has that deed been recorded?
Which deed are you speaking of?
May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Hesh, would you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Hesh, this is in Mr. Young's testimony, Schedule R8. I'll give you a moment to review. But as I understand it, this is the general warranty deed for the shed property.
The deed for which property?
The shed property?
The shed property.
Yes.
Okay.
And has this deed been recorded?
No.
Do you plan to record this deed?
Yes.
When do you plan to record it?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination from the Office of Public Counsel?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Hesh. My name's Curtis Shuby. I tried going through the testimony to kind of get a calculation of the amount of hours you might work in about a week, in a matter of a week, and the number I came to was about 12. Does that sound accurate?
For what now? For what?
About how many hours you might work on an average week?
At the water company?
Yes.
Yes.
12 sounds about accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then just back, this has already been covered, but with regard to the timesheets, do you agree that you did not keep timesheets from 1999 until January of 2015, correct?
Yes,
All right. And then with regard to management records specifically, you didn't keep timesheets for those records until November of 2017. Is that correct?
from which date to what date?
From 1998, the effective date, or excuse me, 1999, the effective date of your stipulation and agreement, until 2017, November, you didn't keep records with regard to management. Is that correct?
Regard to management, that, and you're speaking, what are you calling management fee?
Well, you're trying to ask for time given for management duties, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not keep timesheets with regard to those duties until November of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also agree that the stipulation and agreement from the 1998 case required you to keep timesheets?
Yes.
All right. How often do you go to Gasconade County to do your work with Gascony?
Every week.
Okay. Would you go over the course of a weekend or?
Almost any time through the week, weekend.
Okay, so it varies.
Yes.
All right. Do you also agree that you did not submit mileage records with regard to those trips to Gasconade County
When?
at any time?
Did I submit? I didn't. No, but I didn't take any money for them either.
Okay. When you go to Gasconade County, do you also do work for your real estate company?
Very little.
So do you do some work for the real estate company?
Very, very little. It's sold out.
Okay. But that is some, correct?
What do you consider some?
All right. When you're asking for mileage, are you claiming the entire distance from St. Louis to Gasconade County?
And back.
All right. And that's despite the fact that you do work for another company while you're there sometimes?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Pardon me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
In response to questions from staff counsel, you indicated that you've not recorded the deed with regard to the shed property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why not?
Well, they're taking the position that it's not worth anything, that my land's not worth anything, and I'm not going to record that deed necessarily until I can find out, am I going to get paid for the land or not? They don't want to give me any money for anything.
And so so you're saying that based upon the decision from this case, you may decide to never record that deed?
Well, I'm sure that they're going to give me some kind of money for the land. I mean, I can't imagine they can't just take it.
What is CMC water?
The initials stand for Chris and Matt, which are my children, water company.
And what does CMC water do?
They own lot 27 of Gascony Village. Gascony Village Mobile Home Park.
They currently own that property?
They still own it, yes.
I thought that the water company, Gascony Water Company, purchased that property.
They did, but the deed has not been recorded.
So does CMC Water do anything other than hold that property?
No.
And who are the owners of CMC Water?
My children, Chris Ziegler and Matt Hesh.
what can you tell me about any possible meter readings that you have conducted that could shed some light on the propriety of the rate design proposal that's at issue here? In other words, you've looked at the master.
I'm familiar with it, yes, sir.
And has something occurred on that master meter that leads you to believe that the commercial users are consuming more water than at some point previous?
Well, I do believe Mr. Mercil, when we first started in 98, 99, he projected the water usage at about 2.25 million gallons. Presently, today, I'm pumping between 6.5 million and 7 million gallons of water.
And what do you attribute that increase to?
More people using the place in the last 20 years.
More? Who are these more people?
Well, people that substantially come out to the property more often. The place on the weekends is pretty full, swimming pool and the campsites and whatever. More so than they were 20 years ago. Because there has been a turnover in lots. And the people that are buying it with a turnover, they generally have a large usage of them.
So is that the usage at these commercial establishments, or is it the part-time users, or both?
Both the part-time and the shower facilities and whatever. The full-time people, they use approximately the same amount, whatever. I mean that I have out there.
How often do you travel to Gascony Village? Is that correct?
Weekly.
You go there weekly. Why do you go there weekly?
Well, one thing, you have to read the meter, and another thing is to keep up on what's going on there.
Why do you have to read the meter?
Well, DNR requires it.
It requires that you read the meter weekly?
Yes. At least that's the impression I'm under. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be there every week.
And so you estimate that you spend about 12 hours a week on related to the water company. Is that correct?
That would be correct. More some days, less on others.
And that includes the travel time?
Yes, it does.
And what other business interests do you have at Gascony Village or related to Gascony Village?
Well, I have the real estate company, but it's sold out. I don't have any lots to sell. I wish I did.
So you have no weekly business related to the realty company?
None. I have. It's been sold out for 20 years.
Do you have any business responsibilities with regards to the homeowners association?
Do I have any responsibility? No.
Are you a member of the homeowners association?
Yes.
Are you an officer or a board member?
No.
The trencher that that the water utility owns?
Yes,
It was purchased in 2015, is that correct?
by the water company, yes.
And it is only used by the water company?
Yes.
And who uses it?
I use it, and a person by the name of Rich Wall would use it.
Who is he?
A maintenance man that I use if we have trouble or have to put in, fix a water line or.
And the UTV was purchased by the utility in 2015 as well?
Yes,
And is that used by any other?
that is used
Entity.
solely by the water company. When I got in 2015, I applied for a rate case, and they told me that I'm intermingling the ATV with my real estate company. And I said, that's not right. I'm not doing that. So in order to make them happy, I bought another one. And what can I say? That's the way it is. I just went out and bought another one so I wouldn't be intermingling.
Concerning the Lot 27 property, has Gascony Water cut a check to CMC Water for that property?
Yes,
And that check has been cashed
yes.
or deposited?
I have it back, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I just have a couple questions. First off, regarding the payment you just mentioned, if this case is decided, when it's decided, and the commission allows for the inclusion into rates for the amounts for the land and for the shed, and that's the 7,500 and the 10,000, are you going to record that deed?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. If it's not put in rate base, are you going to not record the deed, and are you going to return the 10,000 or reimburse from the water company to CMC? Or how are you going to handle that situation?
I'll record the deed.
So you record the deed under either scenario?
I'm going to record it either way.
Okay, all right. Lot 27, you're the developer of Gascony.
Yes.
The Gascony Village, right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start developing that?
1973 or 3.
Okay. Lot 27, and are these all their camping sites? Some of them.
That particular lot could have been a mobile home lot.
Okay, so
but then we took that out of the picture. That's
gotcha. So, mobile home lots currently that are being on the market for resale. You said it's been a pretty robust.
I don't know. I don't have any property down there for mobile homes per se. If you would own a mobile home, you would have to own. If you would have a mobile home, you'd have to have 2 lots.
You need 2 lots.
And the last transaction I had, for the 2 lots, was $8,000.
And how long ago was that?
Well, that's been 6-8 months ago.
Okay, all right. So how did you come up with the value of the 10,000 for the lot?
Well, because it's the highest point on the property, and it's a fine lot.
And you're a real estate broker,
Yes.
and you've been a real estate broker for how many years?
Well, I guess in '73.
I've been a real estate broker since '91.
Okay?
Yeah,
Well,
so-
I got a little mileage on
You
you.
do got a little bit of knowledge. But anyway, as a real estate broker, you probably have a sense of what the property values are in that area.
Well, I just sell my own stuff. I don't mess with anybody else's. I don't get involved.
Okay. But you got your broker's license when you started developing to start selling the property?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. So I want to go back. You said a moment ago that you think DNR requires you to read the meters weekly.
Yes.
Does it also require you to check the quality of the water?
Yes.
And you do that weekly?
Yes.
As well?
No, monthly for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any recross based upon commissioner questions? Staff?
No questions, thank you.
Office of the Public Counsel.
Yes. Mr. Hesh, does your meter differentiate between who's using the water?
Pardon me?
Does your meter differentiate between what type of parties are using the water?
You mean by
Master
time between full-time, part-time?
I'll back up a little bit. So you'd said that the meters indicate that the water usage has increased since the late 90s. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does your meter tell you who is using it more?
As a matter of fact, yeah.
It does? Okay. So
Well, the other meters do. The three that I have hooked into the pool, where I have it on the kitchen, and also now the one meter I couldn't read.
Okay, so sorry, I'm gonna have you walk me through that a little bit. I think it sounds like you have a meter measuring the pool. Is that right?
Yes,
And you have a meter measuring the kitchen.
yes.
And what's your third meter measure?
Pardon me?
What is your third meter that you mentioned measure?
The dump station.
Okay, and then you have a master meter.
Yes.
Is there any other meters?
No.
Mr. Shuby, your mic's not on.
The light's on.
Okay, if you could speak into it, maybe a little bit better.
Sorry about that. Okay, so you have a meter measuring the pool, the kitchen, the dump station, and a master. Are there any other meters?
No.
Okay, so you do not have a meter that would measure whether the part-time residents are using more water. Is that correct?
No.
When you say no, does that mean the assertion is correct?
Well, the only thing I can tell you is that the part-time users have to be using more water, or else the full-time, which are like 26 of them, are using one heck of a lot of water.
So I'm going to
That's all I
repeat.
can tell you.
I'm just going to repeat the question. You don't have a meter that measures
I
whether
do
the
not have a
part-time.
meter to every property, no.
I'd like to finish my question. You do not have a meter that measures whether part-time users have increased their consumption. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. When you go to do you own land at the Gascony Village?
Yes.
So do you use the facilities as well?
Which facilities?
Any of them in the village?
Not very often.
Okay. When you're there, do you do anything that's considered personal time?
That's personal time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that while you're there, you have some leisure time as well?
Yes.
Okay. I think Ms. Shemwell has something as well.
Mr. Hesh, did you provide the readings for the master meter to the parties in this case?
Did I provide it?
Yes.
I don't think I was asked for it.
Does that mean you didn't then, as far as you know?
Not that I can recall.
The chairman asked you about the UTV, and in response, you discussed a 2014 case that you filed at the commission. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you withdraw that case?
Yes.
So it did not go to completion.
That is correct.
Why did you withdraw it?
Well, I could see we weren't going to get anywhere when they told me that I'm using the ATV for the real estate company and for the water company. And I thought, well, okay, I'll go out and I'm going to go buy another one. And that way there we'll have one for the water company, and then we'll have one for whatever you people want to tell me I'm using it for.
And what are you using it for?
I hardly use it. I don't need it.
How do you distinguish between the two?
Well, you people did that.
In referring to you people, are you referring to the staff?
I'm referring to the staff. They told me I was intermingling my ATV. But I had to buy the ATV because I was way back because I was using my four-wheeler and a trailer in order to do the stuff. I didn't even have anything to do it with. Here's a water company without equipment.
You had indicated originally that you were going to buy a truck in your original testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
Was the UTV in place of the truck?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect from Gascony?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hush, you were asked many questions about something that has been referred to as a shed.
Yes.
I believe you refer to that as a storage building. Is that correct?
It's a steel building.
Could you describe for the commissioners what that building is in terms of size and purpose?
It's about 22 by 24, 12-foot high, steel building, concrete floor, 2 by 6 joists. And it also have a 6-to-1 pitch on it.
And what's kept inside the storage building?
Right now, the trencher and the gator and a lawnmower.
And what are those pieces of equipment that you just mentioned used for?
Well, to maintain the grounds outside the well house, over by the shed. The trencher's used for whatever has to be done with it.
Is there also a backup generator in that storage building?
Yes, there is. There's a backup generator. It's hooked up into the well in case the electric goes out.
And so that's so you could continue providing water service?
Yes.
You were asked about, sorry, I'm not trying to phrase this, 12 hours per week.
Yes.
And that was just for your operational time, correct?
That would be operational time, being down there, doing whatever I got to do, usually Friday through Monday.
And then, would
and
there be,
then-
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
And then going back and forth, so I guess I would have about 16 hours a week in there.
And then there would be separate management time, is that correct?
Yes, most of that management time is done at my house because I have everything of importance mailed to my house. All my checks, doing the work to fill out the reports, doing my income tax, anything like that.
And that would be done in the office in St. Louis, is that correct?
Yeah, that would be done there.
You were asked questions by Commissioner Hall about CMC Water LLC.
Yes.
Is there an agreement between the LLC and the utility?
Yeah, you mean to provide water?
Yes.
Yes.
And could you tell the commissioners about that agreement between the two companies?
Well, it's on a 6-month basis, and it's I charge them they're charging me 0.3 of a cent per gallon for water. I pay for the electric, I pay the taxes, I pay everything. Then I read the meter, and then I subtract what I paid for electric, what I paid for taxes, and I also charge them $5,000 for my time. Is also charged against CMC Water Company.
Mr. Hush, is anything related to that agreement to purchase water included in this case for cost of service?
No.
So instead, you're asking for the land to be included in rate base, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were also asked questions about the commercial meters by the commissioners and by OPC. Have you read any of those meters on the commercial customers?
Yes, I have.
And do you have those readings?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell the commissioners the readings that you've taken?
I can do that. Now, this would be for an 18 or 19-year period. In 2014, we used 6,343,000 gallons. 2015, we used 6,978,000.
Could the party
gallons.
see that, please?
Pardon me?
Could the party see that?
Sure, I'll show it to you.
I believe you'd be entitled, yes.
Yes. Could
And
we-
in 2016, we used
I-
6,530,000.
And I see it before you read from it.
Oh,
I'll take that for Mr. Hesh. And yes, certainly we'd be happy to make copies. I didn't have that. So everyone can have a copy of his notes.
If you can get us copies, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Judge, as soon as we get a break, we'll make some copies of that.
Thank you.
Judge, before we continue, would it be possible for your staff to voir dire the witness on this exhibit?
Yes.
possible for what?
I want to ask you a little bit about that exhibit before you continue reading from it, if that's all
Sure.
right. That looks like it's a handwritten document by yourself.
I did it
You did it. When did you create that document?
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. Okay. And that's based on your memory?
No, it's based on the meter readings.
Based on meter reading. So you've had that document for how many years now?
What
Since
document?
2015?
Pardon me?
What's the earliest date that's identified on that document?
On this document?
Yes, sir.
There is no date.
There is no date on that document
No,
for
no,
the meter
sir.
readings?
Pardon me?
For the meter readings?
Oh, meter readings? Yeah, I read that also. I have meter readings.
And what's the earliest meter reading date that's on that document?
12/31/13.
So you've had that document since 2013?
Yeah.
That particular document you just created on Saturday, you've had since 2013?
You mean the reading of the meter, the master meter?
I don't have any further questions. I object to the introduction of this document.
Based upon?
Authenticity and foundation.
Ms. Carter, do you want to try and lay a better foundation for it?
I actually hadn't asked for the document to be admitted.
No, you've not.
Judge, when staff conducts an investigation and an audit, we ask for all the relevant documentation pertinent to the audit. This should have been provided to staff if this is indeed an authentic document. And I think testifying from this document is inappropriate, regardless of whether or not the document is admitted.
Response?
I would ask Mr. Hesh the questions if he had read the meter and if he had kept a record of those recordings. I believe his answers would be yes to that, since that's what had happened.
I've
And
got
then
'em.
And then I would ask him if he had a writing to refresh his recollection. He would then pull out that piece of paper to refresh his recollection. He would then be able to answer my question about the meter reading he had taken.
And that's what I think we're getting to. Regardless of whether or not he was to supply something to staff, it appears that he's only using it as an aid to his memory in terms of what he read off, and I'm going to allow that, so that's overruled.
Judge,
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, I'd like to also levy an objection in that this is data that was not provided to any of the parties until just a few minutes ago. So it's violates due process to require us to try to cross-examine him on data that we had no ability to prepare for cross-examination on.
I understand that, and we all understand that this is something that he just said he did over the weekend, and I think we'll take it for the weight of it, so I'm going to overrule that as well. So, Mr. Hesh, you can answer the questions in regard to that.
What is,
Mr. Hesh, for the meter that is specific to the pool and the pool house,
yes,
have you taken any readings of that meter?
yes, I have.
When did you take readings of that meter?
Saturday.
And what are you able to tell from the reading that you took this weekend?
Judge, just so I don't have to object over and over again, I want to make this a continuing objection for the use of this document, just for the record.
Understood. Overruled.
Mr. Hesh, what did you read on that meter, on the meter specific to the pool and the pool house?
I think we used, between the pool and the kitchen, it was using about 10 or 15% of the total water used.
Mr. Hesh, can you move closer to your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. The pool and the kitchen were using about 10 or 12% of the entire water.
And that was based on the reading you took of the master meter and then also the readings of the meters specific to the pool and pool house and the kitchen?
Yes,
How often do you read the master meter?
every week.
And do you write down those readings?
Yes, I do.
I think that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Hesh, but just give me 1 second to make sure. Yes, thank you, Mr. Hesh.
Okay, Mr. Hesh, you're excused.
I know that counsel for Gascony did not offer the document, but I would say that the document needs to be introduced into the record.
Any objection from staff?
Judge, I believe my prior objections would apply to. We've been put in a challenging circumstance, so I mean, if the
I'm inclined, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm inclined to let him refresh his memory with it. I'm inclined to let him testify from it. I'm not really inclined to admit it into evidence.
I should clarify, the document should be in the record so the record can show what he was reading from. I'm not asking that it be admitted as if it's admissible because we have our previous objections, but it should be something that's kept in the record so that the parties can refer to it.
Well, it's either an exhibit or it's not.
Well, my point is that it could be an exhibit subject to the objections, but if it's admitted and it's properly admitted, then the party should be able to see it when we're referring to that information on the record.
I think he's testified to the numbers. I'm going to overrule you on that. That's not admitted onto the record. Any other questions, Ms. Carter?
No, and the company has no further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hesh, you're excused.
Thank you.
Next witness I have is from staff.
Judge, before we move on, can we ask for a short 15-minute recess?
Any objection from OPC? Any objection from the company?
No objection, thank you.
It is now 11:16. Why don't we meet back here at 11:31 and we'll go off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we'll go back on the record now. Before staff introduces their witness, I want to clarify one thing. Because Mr. Hesh used that piece of paper purely as an aid in his testimony, I don't want a copy of it. It was neither demonstrative or an exhibit. Are there any other preliminary matters at this time? Okay, staff, you can call your first witness.
Staff calls Matthew Young.
Mr. Young, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Be seated. Staff, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your last name for the record, please?
Young, Y-O-U-N-G.
And your first name?
Matthew.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a regulatory auditor for the Missouri Public Service Commission.
Are you the same Matthew Young who caused to be prepared certain testimonies which have been marked as staff exhibits 100, rebuttal testimony, and 101, surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
No.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your belief and knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
I offer exhibits 100 and 101 and tender the witness.
Any objections to exhibits 100 or 101? OPC?
None, thank you.
Caskany?
No objection.
Exhibit 100 and 101 are admitted onto the hearing record. Caskany, would you like to cross?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Young, did you visit Gascony Water Company?
Yes, I did.
And how many times were you on site?
Oh, counting the 2015 case, I was there twice. Once in the current case.
And what time of year and what time of the week was that visit in this case?
I don't recall what time of the week. It was near the end of July.
And you don't recall if it was a weekday or a weekend?
It was a weekday.
In staff's case, what staff is proposing for rate base, it's correct that the land on which the well sits is not included in staff's proposed rate base, correct?
It is included only as contributed plans, so there's no rate base effect.
It has zero value to staff? for rate base?
Zero rate base value is correct.
Would you consider this area served by the water company to be a typical neighborhood?
No, I wouldn't say it's typical.
Do you have an opportunity to observe both the full-time customers and the part-time customers?
We didn't tour the customers' premises. We did drove around the area. I didn't know which one was full-time, which one was part-time as we drove by homes.
Are you aware of which customers are located around the well? And which
Ms. Carter, is your microphone on?
I believe so. Maybe I didn't have it close enough. Does that make a difference?
Thank you.
Are you aware of which customers are located close to the well and which customers are farther away?
I don't know.
I believe your testimony refers to a shed. Is that what Mr. Hesh refers to as the storage building?
Yes, yes.
And did you observe what that storage building was used for?
Yes, I was inside of it. I saw the generator, the trencher, the UTV, and some miscellaneous parts.
Gascony Water Company doesn't have any DNR violations or notices, is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all the questions I have.
Office of Public Counsel, do you have any cross?
Thank you. I'd like to refer you to page 31 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
And your question is, what would be the June 30th, 2017 rate base value of the trencher and the UTV if the approved depreciation rates were applied? Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
And when you say the approved, you're talking about the commission-approved depreciation rates from the CCN case. Is that right?
Correct.
And so your answer is if the, and I'm going to add parenthetically, commission-approved rates were applied, assuming staff's in-service dates, the trencher would have been added to USOA account 379, general equipment, and have been fully depreciated in 2008.
Correct.
And likewise, the UTV would have been added to USOA account 392, transportation equipment, and fully depreciated in 2014.
Yes.
So at June 30th, 2017, the rate base value of both pieces of equipment would be zero, assuming they were retired when fully depreciated.
If they were retired, yes.
Do you know if those two accounts are from the same? Let me back up a second. For water rates, the commission uses the FERC USOA from 1972 as revised in 1976. Is that your understanding?
I believe that's correct.
And there are 4 classes of water companies. A, B, C, and D. Is that
Yes.
your understanding? Is USOA account 392 in, do you know which class that's in?
No, staff witness Melanin is here to answer questions about Class C or Class D.
Did you, I'm
I
sorry.
haven't-
Did you say, let me just clarify, you said staff witness Moylanen?
Melanin, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead with your,
I'm sorry?
go ahead with your,
Just going to, if I remember right, I was going to say that I haven't memorized which accounts are in Class C and Class D.
what class is staff using for the company?
Staff's case is recommending Class D accounts.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from the commission?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you turn to page 15 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
Excuse me. And looking at lines 12 through 15, are you there?
Yes.
It's your written testimony that as of the time of the CCN case, that there were no unrecovered investment in utility plant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you base that exclusively upon what was included in rate base in that CCN case, is that correct?
That's right. The statement there in my testimony is looking at the agreement, in the disposition agreement that has $20,000 of startup cost, $1,000 of meters that, it's my understanding, are yet to be installed, and then everything else is zero.
And in the CCN case, that was the extent of the unrecovered investment. Period. I mean, is that correct?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Rousseau's explanation for why that testimony and that agreement does not mean that there was no unrecovered investment. Were you in the hearing room? Did you hear that testimony?
I was.
And he also has some written testimony explaining that position as well, correct?
I believe he does, yes.
Can you do your best to explain to me first what his argument is, and then B, why you think it's wrong, if you think it's wrong?
My understanding, just what I've heard today, is that he's making a distinction between contributed plant and disallowed plant. And the disallowed plant has never been included in the rate base and represents an unrecovered investment. And I think that is wrong simply because all parties came to an agreement on a rate base, and that's what we use going forward.
So you would say that there was no disallowed investment?
I don't have, I haven't seen anything specifying disallowed costs.
If there was disallowed costs, could that be considered unrecovered investment that could be taken into account in this rate case?
Well, we could consider it. We'd have to have something to look at, and then we'd also have to agree to go prior to the last time rates were set.
So the fact that you believe there is no unrecovered investment, that would support not putting unrecovered investment for the two pieces of property into rate base, correct?
Yes, and when I talk about unrecovered investment, I'm really referring to a development cost, the cost to purchase the Gascony Village area and develop it. Those costs are in the water sewer industry. It's typical to find those costs are already recovered.
So concerning the trencher and the UTV, those were purchased in 2015. Is that correct?
I would disagree with the term purchased. I think an arrangement was made between two companies that are heavily related, but the original purchase for the trencher was in 1995.
For the specific trencher at issue in this case?
The same trencher, purchased in 1995, and that's how we built our case, based on that investment.
Purchased by whom in 1995?
I suppose it was Gasco Sage, and if you see the testimony in the CCN case, Mr. Hesch's testimony, that testimony said the trencher was used exclusively for the water company, and it would be transferred from Gasco Sage to Gascony Water.
But that transfer did not occur until much later?
No, it did not. I think you asked about the UTV as well. We found the 2007 annual reports to be the most reliable to base on original costs.
And then on page 29 of your rebuttal, lines 16 and 17, you refer to the $55,000 collected by the company without any corresponding expense amount.
That's right.
Explain to me how you jump from that fact to the assertion that these dollars theoretically covered other cost of service amounts.
This startup cost was included in the CCN case to give the company a rate of return. And when, over the course of time, expenses rise, the rate of return can be used to cover those rising expenses, including the depreciation expense from any new investments.
Did the company do anything wrong by continuing to collect revenues, to collect those revenues?
No, not at all. I think it's just important to note that the current rates, the original rates and the current rates, have an allowance to provide some flexibility and establish a financially healthy utility.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, still morning. I just had a follow-up question on the UTVs. Explain what you meant by you felt the 2007 annual report was a better report to go over versus the 2014 annual report.
Right. The 2007 annual report represents a purchase from a third party establishing original cost. And if we have that, we don't need market value. We don't need promissory notes. We have original cost to put in rate base. The second UTV, I think, is in Mr. Hesch's rebuttal testimony, was purchased for because it wasn't in rates. He bought another one to clear up any confusion. That is borderline prudency issue right there. So,
what do you mean a borderline prudency issue?
Well, if you have a UTV available for all purposes.
But if it be like if I own something and I have 3 businesses, I can't go out and buy another one specifically for this business?
I don't know if it would be necessary if you already have one available.
Well, you're making that determination, not based on what?
Based on, it's still in service, he's still using it. It is available for water company's purposes. And we didn't.
Well, what if he doesn't? What if he wants to have one for the water company, and it's? I mean, if he figures that, I'm just curious. How do you make that determination?
We have to ask ourselves: is it fair for the ratepayers to pay for an entire UTV when there was already one available that could have been shared?
Okay, so you're not disputing the fact that he purchased one in 2014 for $3,300?
No, I'm not disputing that.
So that figure is the same basis for your figure in 2007 using that figure would be applied to 2014 using this figure, correct?
With the exception of the 2007, we assumed a 15-year useful life because it is still useful. If we, the 2014 UTV, we might reconsider that 15-year useful life, use the standard rate of 7-year useful life.
Okay, but you're not disputing that he did buy that and put it in service in 2015 specifically for the water company?
No, I don't dispute that.
And you heard his testimony saying that's what he did, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any recross based upon commission questions? Gascony?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Young, Commissioner Hall asked you about staff's case, including depreciation for the trencher and the UTV. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I just want to clarify, in staff's case here, you've depreciated the value for the trencher and the UTV, correct?
Correct.
But those two items were never included in the company's rate base, correct?
I'll have to answer that with a caveat. They were not specifically identified in rate base, but there was a rate base put into their rates to cover investments that will be made in the future.
Did they exist when the CCN case was processed?
I'm sorry?
Did those pieces of equipment exist when the CCN case was processed?
The trencher did.
And I think you told Commissioner Hall earlier that the only things in rate base in the CCN case were the $20,000 for startup costs and $1,000 for the 3 meters?
That's correct.
And that's all that was included in rate base originally?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further?
Any recross from the Office of Public Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Young, you answered a question of Commissioner Hall about unrecovered rate base, and you said you would have to go prior to the CCN case to find unrecovered rate base. What did you mean by that?
I think the question presented to me was regarding Mr. Russo's reference to the CCN case and what was contributed plant in that case and what was not. And so that case was already settled, and if we're going to start talking about unrecovered investment at that time, we'd have to go to an investment prior to that case.
And that case was resolved through stipulation and agreement.
It was.
When you say that you would have considered that property already recovered, would that be through lot sales?
Yes.
Any other method?
No, I think Mr. Hesch's testimony in the CCN case states that lot sales are the only method available to recover these costs.
We've discussed Mr. Hesch buying a second UTV, and you discussed that with Commissioner Kenny. Did you understand that his testimony was he bought the second UTV to separate his personal use of a UTV from his business use?
That's my understanding.
Should his personal UTV be included in rates?
I think it's you can boil staff's position down to there should be one UTV in rates, and it can be used for anything.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect from staff?
Yes, briefly, Judge. Thank you. Say good morning again while I still can.
Good morning.
You were asked by Ms. Shimwell about depreciation, and she cited to your testimony. She asked if the assets were retired in regards to the UTV and the trencher. Do you recall this?
I do.
And are those assets retired?
No, I don't think any party has recommended a rate base with the retired assets.
And you got some questions about the 2015 UTV. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
What is the basis for the price of that 2015 UTV?
It's my understanding that basis is the price that Mr. Hesch decided to sell the UTV from Gasco Sage to Gascony Water.
And so we see that on the promissory note that's included in your testimony.
Yes.
You were asked about, by Ms. Carter, startup rates and meters and rate base. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I think Ms. Schimmel asked on this, but just to be clear, inclusion in rate base of those items was based on agreement, correct?
Yes.
You got some questions about the real estate and including that in rate base and kind of staff's thoughts on including that. Can you please summarize staff's position on the real estate and including that in rate base?
The real estate is part of the original development area. It was part of the entire tract of land purchased. When that development area is developed, including the installation of a utility system, the entire cost is charged to lot sales. That's staff's typical approach to the establishment of water utility in this kind of circumstance.
And so that would include things like the pipes and the well?
Everything. And today's rate-based staff's case has the cost of the well improvements, but the well itself is still in our rate base as contributed plant.
Thank you. No further questions.
If I might make a correction, I apologize. I know I'm going out of order. For water, it's the NARUC, USOA, not the FERC. NARUC stands for National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. So I misspoke in my question, and I'd like to correct that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Schimmel.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, you're excused. Thank you. Staff, you can call your...
Staff calls Michael Jason Taylor.
And I think after Mr. Taylor, we may take a lunch break. Mr. Taylor, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Go ahead, staff.
I think I say good afternoon now, about that time. Will you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Michael Jason Taylor, Taylor.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Missouri Public Service Commission. I'm a utility auditor.
Are you the same Michael Jason Taylor who caused to be prepared certain testimonies, which have been marked as staff exhibits 102, your rebuttal testimony, and 103, your surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
Yes. On page 26, line 15 and 16. Page 26 of my rebuttal. Line 15 and 16. I need to strike the word place. So it should read, staff has examined several companies where the only office that existed was the owner's residence.
And just that one change?
Yes.
With that change, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your belief and your knowledge?
Yes.
If I ask those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I offer exhibits 102 and 103 and tender the witness for cross.
Any objection to exhibits 102 or exhibit 103? Seeing none, those will be admitted onto the hearing record. Cross-examination by the company?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Taylor, did you visit Gascony Water Company?
Yes.
How many times did you visit the property?
We came down on July 31st and were there for 3 days. So I've only been there once.
And were all 3 days during the week?
Yes.
Is there anything in staff's case included for purchased water, the agreement between the utility and the LLC that owns the lot where the well sits?
I don't believe so.
And nothing in the company's case as well, correct?
I believe so.
I believe your testimony contains the salary recommendation, is that correct, for cost of service?
Yes.
And staff is recommending $15,000 to be included?
Yes.
And is that the exact same amount that was included in the original CCN case?
Yes.
And it's staff's position that that amount should be exactly the same?
Yes.
No increase for cost of living, for example?
We did multiple analyses to come up with that. And through our analysis that we went through, we were able to come to the conclusion that 15,000 was probably actually overstated back in the original CCN case. And we're able to come up with, but we believed that through our analysis, 15,000 was proper at this time.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the neighborhood when you were on site?
We drove around.
Were you able to observe where the part-time customers are located as opposed to the full-time customers?
We were not able to distinguish that.
Did you ask Mr. Hesh and you just weren't able to tell, or that's just not something you saw?
We didn't ask Mr. Hesh.
There are no DNR violations, correct?
Not that I know of.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Cross-examination by the Office of the Public Counsel.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. I'd like to start by talking about the income. You said you did the on-site visit, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you did that visit, was there any records with regard to management duties?
We asked for all timesheets and were given what we believe to be everything that Mr. Hesh had done. So
And did the timesheets that were provided at that time include management duties?
they had a mixture of what we would see as operational and management duties.
Okay. Would you agree that, strike that. Does your recommendation include hours and duties that were not recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And is that because the timesheets themselves did not support the full 15,000?
Correct.
All right. So does that also mean that the your recommendation is for a dollar figure that is higher than the timesheets might themselves support?
Correct.
I'd also like to ask a few questions about your recommendation on mileage. Is it true that the IRS rate is a nationwide rate?
Yes.
And so that would include places like California or New York that might have a higher gas price than Missouri?
Yes.
All right. And you do agree that some other states have higher gas prices than Missouri?
Yes.
Can you explain the difference between a tax deduction and a reimbursement?
A deduction is a percentage. A reimbursement is 100% typically.
Okay. And so that would mean a reduction might be lower than a reimbursement?
I would believe so. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the IRS number, the 51 cents is, excuse me, the 54.5 cents is a deduction?
Yes.
Would you agree also that the state rate quoted by OPC, the 37 cents, is a reimbursement?
Yes.
Would you also agree that in the last 8 years, Missouri has not reimbursed at the IRS rate?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Young. I'm Lyra Shimwell. I don't know if we formally met, but
I'm Mr. Taylor.
And you've sworn to that, I believe.
Yes.
I'm looking at page 5. Counsel for the company asked you about the LLC that owns the well, I believe, and the water company. Do you testify on page 5 that these are affiliates?
Page 5 of...
Your rebuttal? I'm looking at, starting at line 15.
Of Mr. Taylor's? Of my rebuttal?
I'm sorry. Okay. Is it your opinion that the relationship between the LLC and the water company is that of affiliates?
I don't know.
One is Mr. Hesh's children, and the other one is Mr. Hesh. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
On page 4 of the rebuttal testimony of Michael Jason Taylor, do you go by Jason?
I go by Jason.
In terms of payroll costs, Does staff agree with the salary of $10,107 for operational duties requested by the company?
Yes.
Do you agree with the proposal for management duties?
Whose proposal?
The proposal that you're discussing on page 4 at line 19.
Line 19 would be company's proposal, and I do not
Yes.
agree with that.
On page 5, you discuss the company's timesheet report of your rebuttal. Did Mr. Hesh keep timesheets for his time since the stipulation and agreement, which
He only kept for 2 years that we were able to get from Mr. Hesh.
and any records for his managerial time?
Staff was under the impression that it was for everything.
Why? Was that your impression?
Because staff asked for all time sheets, and so we believed it would be all the hours and duties of Mr. Hesh.
I'm looking at page 31. You were suggesting in that paragraph starting at 15 an alternate treatment for rate case expense.
Yes.
Why?
Staff believes that several of these issues should have already been litigated due to the fact of the testimony from the CCN case. So we believe the things of such as the land and the trailer, the trencher should have all been settled already. So we could see an alternative that the commission could make a decision of 50% disallowance.
If I may summarize, you're saying if the company had performed as it had agreed to under the CCN case, then these would not be issues in this case.
I'm going to object to the
Thank
form
you.
of the question as improper for cross-examination. And a leading
Response?
question.
I'm sorry?
And a leading question.
You can ask leading questions on cross.
I'm assuming it is only friendly cross, however, in this case, which is why I started with the improper for cross-examination.
There's no such objection as friendly cross specifically, and public counsel has taken a different position on this issue than the staff. We agree with the staff on some issues, not necessarily this one.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, and while there's no specific objection as friendly cross, we generally recognize that. I think the question is whether or not we get to unnecessary bolstering. I don't think we're there yet, so I'm going to overrule you at this point and allow you to continue.
And that's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Any questions from the commission?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with rate case expense. If the commission were to determine that it's appropriate for the utility to recover exactly what its rate case expense was, no more, no less, what would the proper accounting technique be? I assume it would not be to normalize, because then if the company came back early or late, they could over or under recover, correct?
Correct.
So then the correct accounting technique would be to amortize.
We could use that, yes.
And then would we need to put specific conditions on that amortization to ensure that no more, no less was recovered?
If the commission could require the company maybe to come back in within a certain period of time for another rate case, but that would be the only.
There's not a way to there's not a way to turn it into a regulatory asset or a regulatory liability, depending upon when they came back for the next rate case?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that would be one issue I would be interested in seeing in the post-hearing briefs. Concerning the salary that staff is proposing that the commission put in rate, that's $15,000, is that correct?
Yes.
How does that compare to the salary for the salary and rates for other small water and sewer utilities? Do you know?
Actually, yes. I have one of my schedules that I had created. And on my schedule, MJT R7, I took 10 of some of the recent water and sewer cases.
Is that attached to your rebuttal?
Yes. This one. Okay. And we took, looking at the total compensation plus travel, and then comparing with the number of customers, we showed that staff's position was pretty much in line with the other 10, with an average of approximately $119 for the cost per customer, and we came up with $113.26.
And how are these 10 water and sewer companies selected?
We
for this
tried
chart?
to go with just the most recent that we could find.
So these are the 10 most recent, where there was a either an order or a settlement agreement that specifically set forth.
That stated out the total compensation plus travel.
It's your position that the utility should only have, or only has one office. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you believe that one office is on site?
Yes.
And what do you base that on?
I based that on a series of things that company presented. And when we sent our DR1, there was a series of questions asked, and every one of them was answered in the manner of that information is available at the Gascony office. There was never a reference made to the St. Louis office. There was also, along that lines, we met personally with Mr. Hesh at the Gascony office. We were never referred to in the St. Louis office, or that we had that option to go and visit that office.
And so when you went for your 3-day visit, I assume you spent some time looking at documents,
Yes.
correct? And so every document that the company had, they had at the on-site office.
That we received, yes.
Okay. So you have no reason at all to believe, other than the assertions by the company about the second office.
It was basically after we had presented our audit findings, then was that second office presented to us.
If there was in fact a second office, would it be your belief that there could be a prudency issue with that?
Yes, due to the fact that we would believe that he would probably share that office with the other businesses that he has too. He has CMC Water's tax bills are mailed to his personal office. Gasco Sage Realty, his personal address is listed. And so we would believe that if there was a second office in that manner, that it's also being utilized by his other businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No questions.
Any recross by Gascony based upon commission questions?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, you said that the bills for water are sent to the St. Louis office, is that correct?
The CMC tax bills actually have Mr. Hesch's personal home listed.
Did you hear Mr. Hesch testify earlier today?
Yes.
Did you hear him explain that he has that material sent to his office in St. Louis so that he can make sure for the utility that those bills are paid and then that's deducted out of what is paid to the LLC?
Yes.
So he'd have those materials at his office in St. Louis to make sure he could have them paid so that he could continue to provide water, correct?
I believe that he also then does work for those companies too. So
What work do you believe that he does for that LLC?
I do not know.
What other work do you believe he does in that St. Louis office?
Well, he has his Gasco Sage address as his home address, and he also has CMC Water, so clearly he's doing some type of work for CMC Water if he's
What do you mean he has CMC Water?
CMC Water has his personal address listed on the property taxes.
On the tax bill.
Correct.
And that's so he can make sure that tax bill is paid, correct?
Yes.
That is the land where the well sits that he uses to provide water to his customers, correct?
Correct.
It would be very important that that tax bill be paid, correct?
I would believe that's CMC Water's responsibility, not Mr. Hesch's, if he's not a part of that company.
And what would happen for the customers if that tax bill wasn't paid?
It could be taken by the county.
And there would be no well to provide water to the customers, correct?
I possibly.
So it's very important that that tax bill be paid, correct?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any recross from the Office of the Public Counsel?
Hi. Did you hear Mr. Hesch earlier testify about? Well, let me back up. Do you believe that Mr. Hesch could do the duties that he does in his St. Louis office, supposedly does in his St. Louis office, at the Gasconade County office that he has there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him earlier say that he went to Gasconade County at least once a week?
Yes.
Have any of the duties that you've heard about done in the St. Louis office described so immediate that they couldn't be done once a week?
No.
All right, thank you.
Any redirect from staff?
Yes, Judge, hopefully very brief. I know we were discussing a lunch break after this, so try to be quick like a bunny. Mr. Taylor, you were asked by Ms. Carter regarding president's compensation, and just so I'm clear, it's staff's position that the president's compensation of $15,000 is based on the actual amount paid, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked by Ms. Shimwell regarding the LLC that owns the well and Gascony and whether or not they are affiliates. Was that your issue to address in this case, the land ownership and that inclusion in rate base?
No.
Is it Mr. Young who addressed that issue?
Yes.
And would you be surprised if Mr. Young included a definition of arm's length transactions at page 5 of his rebuttal testimony in footnote 5?
No, I would not be surprised.
Chairman Hall asked you about rents, and just so I'm clear, did staff ever receive or review any lease agreements regarding either the Gascony office or this purported St. Louis office?
No.
And so if there was no lease there, then you didn't see a clause in a lease regarding consumer price index and any increases based on that. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. You're excused. Okay, it is just about 12:24. Why don't we take a lunch break till about 1:30? We'll go off the record and we'll recess till 1:30. Okay, why don't we go back on the record now? Gone. Why don't we go back on the record now? Staff, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Staff calls Jared Robertson to the stand.
Mr. Robertson, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Staff, you can begin.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jared Robertson, first name spelled J-A-R-R-O-D, last name R-O-B-E-R-T-S-O-N.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Public Service Commission, I'm a utility policy analyst.
Are you the same Jared Robertson who's caused to be prepared testimonies in this case, which staff has marked as Staff Exhibit 104, which is your rebuttal testimony, and Staff Exhibit 105, which is your surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Okay. And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your belief and knowledge?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes.
With that, I offer Staff Exhibit 104 and 105 and tender the witness.
Any objections to Staff Exhibit 104 or 105? Seeing none, 104 and 105 are admitted onto the hearing record. Any cross-examination by Gascony?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Robertson, how many times have you been down at the utility property?
I have not visited the property.
It's my understanding certain assumptions were used in the certificate case to set the factors between full-time and part-time and the commercial customers. Are you familiar with those assumptions?
I'm familiar with the case itself, yes.
What work did you do as a staff member to determine if those assumptions were still true, those water use assumptions were still true today?
Could you rephrase that question, please?
What work did you do on behalf of staff to determine if those water use assumptions from the CCN case were still true today?
I can't say that I used the previous rate design from 1999 as a building block for this current rate design. I would have used all information up to this point as submitted by the company.
What water usage numbers did you use for staff's recommended rate design?
What water usage numbers did I use?
Yes.
We don't have usage on this site as due to the fact we have no meters.
There's not individual meters, but there's the meter for the entire site, so you know how much water is being used, correct?
You're referring to the master meter?
Yes.
Yes.
And then there are 3 meters for the bath, the kitchen, and the dump station, correct?
Up to this point in time, those 3 meters were non-existent and not plausible as any information.
I'm not sure what you mean by they were non-existent.
As reported by the company, those 3 meters were not in existence and or not inoperable as well. There was no usage data to garner from said commercial property meters.
What company testimony are you referring to for that?
For where I got that information, that would actually be from a DR.
And the response was that the meters didn't exist?
There are no metered customers on this site, correct?
No one's charged a metered rate. I agree with that. Is that what you're saying?
There is no individual accountability for metered usage, correct?
Correct. There's no volumetric charge for this property.
Correct.
But did you look at the meter readings on those 3 individual meters to see how much water was being used by those customers?
Again, that information was never provided by the company.
Then I'm just confused. I had asked you if you used the assumptions on water usage from the original CCN case, and you said no, correct?
If you want to rephrase, ask the question again, I'd be happy to answer it again.
Okay. Did you use the assumptions from the original CCN case to determine what recommendations to make on rate design in this case?
No.
What did you use in terms of water usage to make your rate design recommendations in this case?
Again, we don't have any known water usage for this site, therefore we created the customer equivalency factors in order to assign an equivalent relevant to a known baseline, which would be the factor of 1 for our full-time customer.
So for staff's rate design recommendation, staff did not use any water usage numbers, correct?
Correct.
The customer equivalent of 1, I think was the wording you used. How was that determined?
For a full-time customer?
Yes.
That was actually agreed upon from the company and staff.
That full-time was 1.
Full-time would equal 1 factor, yes.
And that makes sense. But then how did staff determine what they would recommend for a part-time?
Well, for a part-time, the pre-existing customer equivalency factor was 0.35.
So staff just continued to use the factor from the certificate case?
Due to no other existing information, yes.
Are you familiar with where the full-time customers are located on the property as opposed to the part-time customers?
No, I am not.
Did staff look into whether it required more maintenance to provide service, more maintenance costs to provide service to part-time customers because of where they are located as opposed to where the full-time customers are located?
No.
There are no DNR violations, is that correct, for this company?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any cross-examination by the Office of the Public Counsel?
Hi, my name's Curtis Shuby. I'm going to start on page 4 of your rebuttal.
Let me get there too.
If you don't mind turning to it.
Rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay.
So on the question that starts on line 20, you answer, there appears to be no existing current or historical data for the company to provide in order to justify this claim. I was just curious to know what type of current or historical data you might be looking for.
Well, number one would be accountability due to metered usage. Beyond that, some type of documentation due to record keeping, how often certain customers would visit the site, how long they would stay at the site. Information such as that might also be helpful.
Okay, and one other question that's a little bit different. Would a master meter show an increase in usage if there were leaks in the system?
It would show an increase in production.
It would indicate whether there is leaks?
That would have to be investigated.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the Commission?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Why do you believe that it is appropriate? Well, actually, let me start with this. The only disagreement that you have with the company is on the part-time equivalent factor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why do you believe that it is appropriate to move the swimming pool from 3.56 to 6?
There were actually upgrades made to those two customer classes that could see an increase in traffic.
So you're basing that on some infrastructure changes to the pool
Correct.
and
Upgrades.
bathhouse. So how'd you get to 6? Why not 5.99 or 6.01?
That is the art of rate design that was proposed by the company, and it did not seem out of line.
So it seems like sometimes it's an art and sometimes it's a science, huh?
It's an art.
It's an art. Okay. Do you believe the utility when it indicates that there's increased traffic from part-time residents?
I don't know that you could attribute it to any particular class itself as far as increased traffic. We don't know if it's full-time or if it's part, my apologies.
Yeah, let me rephrase. My understanding is that the utility has provided at least testimony that there is an increase in part-time traffic from part-time residents. They're there more often. They're bringing more people with them.
They did propose that, yes.
Do you have any reason to not believe them?
Again, proper documentation would justify such a.
I understand that, but do you have any reason to disbelieve them? I mean, it doesn't increase their revenues. This rate design decision. There's no motive to provide misinformation. If they are telling you that there's increased traffic from part-time residents, why not just believe them?
Well, if the premise that the increase in the part-timers is incorrect, then you've created a larger burden for them that may not be just.
You still haven't given me a reason to not believe them. You're telling me that you think documentation would be helpful. I agree. You're telling me that documentation might prove their position without speculation. I agree. But is there any reason to think that they're not telling you that? I mean, there's no reason for them to not tell you the truth about that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, and then could you also explain to me why, and I think I understand this, but I'm not positive, why, if the commission does believe it's appropriate to change the part-time customer equivalent factor, why it's necessary to change the dump station equivalent?
Well, the part-time customers would also be customers that would utilize the dump station. Therefore, if we would agree to increase the responsibility for part-time customers due to those proposals, then that would also add to the dump station seeing an increase in traffic as well.
Okay.
By said part-time customer.
Okay. Thank you.
Any recross by Gascony based on commissioner questions?
No, thank you.
Any recross by the Office of the Public Counsel based on commissioner questions?
Sir, do you look for, if you trust the company and what they're saying, do you still look for verification?
Yes.
I have heard Mr. Schallenberg say that the auditor's motto is trust but verify. Have you heard that motto?
I have not heard that motto.
Thank you.
Any redirect by staff?
Briefly, Judge, thank you. Mr. Robertson, do you recall how the company defines what a part-time customer is?
According to a DR and their response, they are determining full-time customers based on a permanent structure on said lot.
Is frequency of the customer attending the Gascony Village part of that calculus at all?
From their end, I did not see that, but it is part of the tariff, yes.
So it's part of the tariff. What does
Yes.
the tariff say?
Tariff stipulates that full-time customers be defined as full-time residents is defined as a customer who is on the system 50% or more.
So a part-time customer would then be someone who's less than 50%.
Correct.
So from 49.99% to 0.01% of the time.
Yes.
They could be there one weekend, or they could be there essentially just about every half of all the weekends of the year, just about.
Correct.
So that 0.35 has to capture all of that behavior.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Mr. Robertson, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Staff, call your next witness.
Staff calls Mark Kiesling.
Mr. Kiesling, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Staff, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Mark Kiesling, Kiesling.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Public Service Commission as a Utility Management Analyst 3.
Are you the same Mark Kiesling who caused to be prepared certain testimonies, which have been marked as Staff Exhibit 106, which is your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
No.
Is your testimony true and correct based on your belief and knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you those same questions today, would you give me the same answers?
Yes.
I offer Exhibit 106 and tender the witness for cross.
Any objection to Staff Exhibit 106?
No.
Seeing none, that's admitted onto the hearing record. Any cross-examination by Gascony?
No questions, thank you.
Any cross-examination by the Office of Public Counsel?
None, thank you.
Any commission questions?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is there currently a disagreement between staff and the company on this new application form? Or has there been an agreement as to what staff is suggesting?
I think there seems to be a misunderstanding of what staff's recommendation was.
Okay, you're not saying that the company has to have any new customers within 30 days?
Correct.
All you're saying is that within 30 days, the company has to have a policy that any new customer must fill out this application.
Yes, staff's recommending that the company have a application on file. That way, if there is a new customer from the resolution of the case, then they would fill that out.
And is there a time frame within which the customer would have to fill that out?
No.
Okay. Makes sense to me. Thank you.
Yep.
Gascony, any recross based on commission questions?
No questions.
Office of Public Counsel, do you have any
None, thank you.
redirect by staff?
No, Judge.
Mr. Kiesling, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Staff, you can call your next witness.
Staff calls Stephen Moylanen.
Mr. Molinen, would you raise your right hand in order to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Staff?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Stephen Moylanen, first name Stephen, last name Moilanen.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the staff of the Public Service Commission. I'm a utility regulatory engineer.
Are you the same Stephen Moylanen who caused to be prepared certain testimony, which has been marked as Staff Exhibit 107 and is your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
No.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your belief and knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you those same questions today, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
I offer Exhibit 107, and I tender the witness for cross.
Any objection to Exhibit 107? Seeing none, 107 will be admitted onto the hearing record. Any cross-examination by Gascony?
No questions, thank you.
Any cross-examination by the Office of the Public Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Moylan, I have handed you copies of the Uniform System of Accounts for Class C water utilities that notes on the front 1973, and then in parentheses below that includes 1976 revisions. Do you have that, Class C?
For Class C, yes.
And I've handed you the Uniform System of Accounts for Class D water utilities marked in the same way, correct? 1973 with 1976 revisions.
Yes.
Have you reviewed the commission-ordered depreciation rates from WA-97-510?
Yes.
And which NARU class of accounts do those particular classifications fall into?
They're not Class D because the general plant accounts are 390 accounts, and so they could fall into C, D, or A, B, or C.
And as we look at the classes, is Class C, I'm going to hand you the general instructions.
I think I have them, ma'am, already. Thank you, though.
Does Class C include utilities having annual water operating revenues of $50,000 or more but less than $250,000?
Yes.
Does this company fall within that range?
No.
They actually fall within D.
Yes.
But it does note in the bottom of that paragraph, I-1, classification of utilities, that any utility may, at its option, adopt the system of accounts prescribed by the Commission for any larger class of utilities, correct?
That's correct. It may do that.
And it's specifically here says it's up to the utility, right?
Yes.
Do you know which commission it's referring to?
It'd be the Public Service Commission, Missouri Public Service Commission. There's a rule written, I can't remember which rule exactly, but that's what prescribes the system of accounts.
Thank you.
Yep.
In which class do staff's recommendations fall?
Class D.
And is that consistent with the same class as the commission ordered in the 97-510 case?
No.
Are you familiar with the annual reports of water companies?
Yes.
And have you seen the 2016 annual report for Gascony Water?
Yes.
And is that the report for the year 2015?
Can you give me a moment?
Certainly.
Okay, so this is the annual report that you handed me a few minutes ago. It's for 2016, January 1st to December 31st, 2016.
Thank you.
Yep.
If I may approach. As I open this, we are looking at page W5, correct?
Correct.
And on the bottom half, on the top half, the company shows some accounts D, correct?
Correct.
But on the bottom half, in terms of tools and garage, it shows none under Class D, right?
Correct.
Thank you. May I take this back?
Yeah.
Have you looked at the work paper provided by the company in this case?
Briefly, yes. You're talking about Mr. Russo's work paper.
That's correct. It was attached to Mr. Robinette's testimony. Do you know what class, C or D, his recommended rates are included in?
Excuse me. Looking at this, it's not clear. For the general plan, he uses two accounts that are 370 accounts, which would be Class D, and then the remaining 5 accounts are 390 accounts, which would be something other than Class D.
So A, B, or C, and we
Yes.
can think probably, can we agree probably C?
I think that's reasonable.
Which class has the 340 accounts? That line of accounts?
340?
Mm-hmm. Is that Class C or Class D?
I believe it's both, but if you don't mind, I'm going to look at these handouts. Yeah, the 340 level accounts is for transmission distribution plant, and that's for both C and D.
What about 370 level accounts?
Mm. 370 level accounts would be for general plant for Class D.
And they're not in Class C, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been on staff?
Around about 14 months.
Do you know if it's staff's position whether or not it must comply with commission orders?
Yes.
You believe that that's staff's position?
Yes.
Let's look at Mr. Young's testimony.
One moment, please.
I'm looking at rebuttal, page 31.
Okay.
The line 5. He refers to USOA account 379. Is that in Class C or Class D?
That would be Class D.
And he also refers to account 392. Is that Class C or Class D?
That would be the Class C designation.
1 second, please. Do you know if the commission ordered in the CCN case account 379?
It's my understanding they did not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions by the commission? Any redirect by staff?
Very, very brief. Ms. Schimmel asked about certain classes, and staff recommends, and it's just a recommendation, Class D going on a going forward basis, correct?
Correct.
And staff will follow the commission's decision in this case, correct?
Yeah, of course.
No further questions.
Mr. Mullennan, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Staff, do you have any more witnesses?
You want to call Croft? You want to call Carrie?
We do not judge.
Okay. Now.
Office of the Public Counsel?
Should we offer exhibits that don't need a witness now or after the witnesses?
I really have no preference on that. If staff wants to go ahead and offer theirs and you want to go ahead and offer your theirs, anything you've agreed on, I'm happy to go ahead and have in the record as soon as possible.
Thank you, Judge. At this point in time, then, staff would go ahead and like to offer the remaining exhibits. It's staff's understanding there's no objection to the admission of those at this time, and so I'd like to make the following offer. Staff's exhibits 108, which is a deed transfer, 109, which is a deed for lot 27 as well, 1010, which is another deed for lot 27, 111, which is another transfer for deed 20 or lot 27, 112, which is another deed for lot 27, 113, which is a general warranty deed for the shed property, the storage property, 114, which is skipping 114 and 115, which we're not offering. 116, which is the company's responses to staff's first set of interrogatories, 117, which is the company's responses to staff's first request for production of documents, 118, which is the company's responses to staff's first request for admissions, 119, which is an email from Mr. Hesh regarding the appraisals of the property, 120, which is the 2016 real estate property taxes, 121, the 2015 real estate property taxes, 122, 2014 real estate property taxes, and 123, the 2013 real estate property tax receipts. At this time, staff would like to offer those into evidence.
Okay, Gascony, are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes, staff provided all of those last week, and I got a chance to review them, and we have no objection.
And Office of the Public Counsel, are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes, and no objection.
Okay, exhibits 108 through 113 are admitted on the record. And exhibits 116 through 123 are admitted onto the hearing record.
Thank you, Judge. I've already provided copies of those to the court reporter.
Thank you. Office of the Public Counsel.
Yes, I'd like to start off with exhibits 203 and 204. 203 is a print off of the website, the IRS website that gives the IRS rates for mileage, and 204 is off the OA website, and that gives the state rates.
Okay, and those weren't previously on your exhibit list. Staff, are you familiar with those exhibits? Do you have any objection?
No.
Gascony, are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes, no objection.
Please. Exhibits 203 and 204 are admitted onto the hearing record.
These before the last commissioner come in, so.
Commissioner Goldman?
And one more thing we'd like to offer is data requests that were issued from Mr. Taylor. And the reason why we are offering that is data request 23 addresses the meter usage that we'd had the questions about, the data that was taken on Saturday. So we just wanted to get in on the record what information we had coming into this hearing.
Any objection by Gascony?
Yes, Judge. We do object to an isolated data request being admitted into the record and taken out of context and with no witness to question about it or the statement he just made. We would disagree that that is what this data request is about.
So, Judge, Chapter 536 generally allows discovery to be admitted in an administrative hearing. I'm not aware of any rule that would exclude one piece of discovery if not all the other ones were offered as well. That's just a new objection on me, Judge.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I don't think that the rule of completeness is going to apply to something like this. So, I think he's articulated the purpose that it's being offered for, and it's being offered to show, as he put it, what response they received or what was asked for in relation to something. And it appears pertinent to a witness's testimony he was given, so I'm going to overrule it. I'm going to admit it onto the hearing record.
Thank you, Judge.
And Judge, if I could add then an additional statement so that is in the record to be addressed in the future if necessary. What is being admitted into the record is one page of a DR response in response to staff's question beginning the audit at the beginning of the case, and not any of the additional material provided by the company in response to staff's questions.
Okay, that's noted. So you're wanting to call that Exhibit 205?
Yes, sir. And I'm putting those together right now to hand out to you guys.
Give a copy to the courtroom.
Thank you. And what's the number of this DNR? Any other quasi-housekeeping matters in regard to exhibits?
Just a quick question for the commission. I have copies of the exhibits for everyone. I've provided it to the court reporter. Would the commission prefer to have copies of the exhibits that staff has offered, just for your review at this point?
Either way, we're going to get them, so I think if they're with the court reporter, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Office of the Public Counsel, you can call your first witness.
Call Carrie Roth.
Ms. Roth, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Go ahead.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Carrie Roth, R-O-T-H,
And where are you employed?
with the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel.
And what is your job there?
I am a public utility accountant.
And did you put together rebuttal testimony pre-marked as Exhibit 202?
Yes.
And did you author that to prepare for this hearing today?
Yes, I did.
And have you reread the questions and answers that you had drafted?
Yes.
Would you answer them the same as you would have at that time?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the testimony you put together?
Yes.
I offer Exhibit 202.
Staff, any objection to Exhibit 202? Gascony, any objection to Exhibit 202?
No objection.
Exhibit 202 is admitted onto the hearing record. And staff, do you have any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you.
Gascony, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes, very briefly, thank you. Ms. Roth, how many times have you been down to the utility property?
Once, and that was the last rate case.
What rate case would that be?
The 2015, the one that was withdrawn.
And what was the purpose of your visit at that time?
For an audit.
And was that on behalf of OPC?
Yes.
You didn't visit the site during this case?
No, not during this case.
Regarding your testimony on mileage, is this a change in position from OPC that the federal mileage rate should not be used for reimbursement?
I don't know if it's always been a policy that we've used that in the past, but that it was the decision that we came to in our office in this case.
Has OPC ever recommended that something other than the federal mileage rate be used?
I believe we were recommending it in the last Gascony rate case, but it was withdrawn, so it did not go any
Have
further.
you recommended that for any company other than Gascony?
I can't say offhand without going back and looking through testimony.
Do you recall ever recommending for any company other than Gascony that something other than the federal mileage rate be used?
If we would have, it would have been the state rate.
Do you recall ever doing that?
Myself or the office?
Yes, you. Do you recall ever recommending something
Myself,
else?
No, I don't.
Is there a reason Gascony would not have the federal mileage rate apply when it would apply to all the other companies?
I'm going to subject that she never answered that it applied to all other companies. She just only testified to the fact that she doesn't recall doing that herself. So it assumes facts not in the evidence.
I'll sustain that.
Ms. Roth, have you done audits for other companies?
Yes.
Do you ever recall using something other than the federal mileage rate for any of those other audits?
Without going back and verifying, I can't say for sure.
Do you know why you chose not to use the federal mileage rate for Gascony in this case?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I think as to why, she's entitled to answer.
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Why did you choose not to use the federal mileage rate for Gascony?
I was following the direction that I had from the last time that they were in for a rate case. So I continued with that in this rate case. We thought it was odd that the owner is traveling from his home to would I also consider his vacation home in Gascony County. He spends leisure time there, and so I thought that that was more appropriate rather than the IRS rate.
What about the state mileage rate would make that more appropriate?
Well, if I must be honest, I think that's actually a little bit more generous because I think that I could make an argument that he should receive no mileage expense.
Do other utilities have mileage expense for registered operators and managers of the utility? Is that a typical
You would have to
expense?
look at it on a, each company basis, depending on what kind of mileage it is. I take into consideration that he's going to his second home also to spend numerous days there while he's there.
And how did you determine that he's going to the utility property in order to vacation for multiple days?
Well, he did just say today that he will spend a weekend there. We discussed it in the last rate case also through discussions with him that I had during my audit.
Do you know what he does at the property as the registered operator?
I know he takes care of utility operations, but that's where his second home is also.
Are you aware that there isn't another operator for the system, that Mr. Hesh is the only operator?
I am aware of that.
So any requirements from DNR would need to be performed by Mr. Hesh?
I understand that.
Is it a general policy of OPC that the operator needs to live on site at the utility?
Say that one more time, please.
Is it an OPC position that the operator for a water utility needs to live on site?
No, I don't believe that he needs to live on site.
Would OPC typically allow mileage for the operator traveling to the site?
I think it varies on a case-by-case basis depending on all of the specifics of that company.
Do you recall any cases where you have tried to deny that mileage reimbursement?
I don't want to misstate, but I do know that there was mileage expense issues in another company, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the commission?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So what is the argument that that you could have raised, not allowing any reimbursement whatsoever for mileage?
It's my understanding that an employee cannot claim mileage going from their home to their job. They could claim it going to a second job, but going to their job, you cannot claim mileage for that reason.
You can't claim mileage under IRS? So you would take that argument and extend it to it's not a prudent business expense for the company?
Without knowing if he's claiming it on his business expenses with his taxes, since I haven't seen that, I don't know if he's doing that, but I think that argument could be made depending. And that's what, in the last rate case, that was discussion I had with my previous supervisors, and that's when we determined to use the state rate to try to have a compromise, because there was disagreement in the last case discussions.
You testified a moment ago that in connection with the 2014 rate case, you went on site to perform an audit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were all the papers and documents necessary for that audit on site?
Yes, they were.
Were you at that time aware of another office that the company had?
No, I was never aware of that.
Let me ask you about rate case expense.
Sure.
My understanding from your testimony is that you are recommending a 6-year normalization of rate case expense. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I was agreeable to the company's proposal of that.
If the commission wanted to ensure that the company received its full amount of rate case expense, no more, no less, what would be the best way to do that?
I would say the amortization that you were discussing earlier. I believe you asked another witness that question. And you had also asked about the regulatory asset, regulatory liability part. I get a little concerned with that part, just because you're constantly going to have that balance going. I think maybe putting a requirement of having the company come in at trying to calculate that time of come in at this point, so we can try to calculate that they will recover that full amount. But if you were to do a regulatory asset or liability and track those costs, and if they didn't come in for another 10 years, you have another balance, and then it might just keep going back and forth. That would be my concern.
I don't know why we would need to track them. I mean, we would issue an order, determine what the amounts are, amortize it over a certain number of years, and if they came back early, be able to recover the excess in the next rate case, or if they came back late, reimburse in the next rate case. Wouldn't that be a simple way to effectuate that goal?
Yes, but trying to explain this. If you were to set the amount, and this is the amount that they are over this many years, if they came back later and over collected, and then you have that balance to be returned to customers, well, we would have to set a time that you need to come back at this time. Otherwise, they may end up giving too much back to customers, I guess. Vice versa is how I'm looking at it, I guess.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I just got a couple briefly
Okay.
on the mileage reimbursement. As a public service commissioner, I don't get reimbursed my mileage when I drive from Kansas City here, but I do get reimbursed when I go to local public hearings and I travel the state on other business. When Commissioner Coleman and I were in the legislature, I got reimbursed to drive from my house to the Capitol and anywhere in my district, because I guess they determined that's serving the public. Now, if I have an office, if I go to work in the public sector and I drive to my office, my company's going to turn it off for me. Huh? You want me to talk or what? Well, my company can reimburse me, right? Now, if I have an office in my house and I'm a contractor and I go check 20 jobs, I'm going to reimburse myself
You can.
for all that mileage, or I can claim it as a deduction if I own my own vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, so if the company has an office in their house and their company decides whether or not they're going to reimburse it, right? If the company goes from one section to another, like our section, the company makes that decision of whether they're going to reimburse them.
Are you referring
the worker.
to the office in St. Louis?
Sure.
Well, OPC doesn't believe the office in St. Louis.
Exists?
He may have an office in his home. We don't believe that it's for your utility purposes.
What if all the utility bills go there?
It's my understanding that when customer bills are,
Customers mail their checks.
it's my understanding they go to Gasconade County, that office there.
So do you remember what the owner was stating gets mailed to his property?
I remember the one earlier of CMC water tax bill.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Any recross based on commission questions, staff? Gascony?
Yes, one question. Ms. Roth, when you were on site for the OPC audit in the prior rate case that did not continue, are you aware of which files Mr. Hesh brought with him from St. Louis and which were already on site?
They were all on site when I was there. Nothing was specified to me if it was brought from St. Louis or not, so I don't know.
You knew he didn't bring them from St. Louis?
They were on site in Herman when I was there, so how would I have known that they were brought from St. Louis? Nothing
Okay,
was
so the answer
specified.
is no, you didn't know if he brought them from St.
No,
Louis
I
or
don't
not?
know if they came from St. Louis. No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
We can do redirect now?
Are you finished, Gascony?
Yes,
the only
I'm sorry,
question?
that was the only
Okay.
question. Thank you.
Office of the Public Counsel, redirect.
Could you explain the distinction between a tax deduction and a mileage reimbursement?
A tax deduction is going to be a deduction off your gross income to arrive at your taxable income.
So a deduction is really a percentage of that total deduction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is a reimbursement?
Reimbursement, you're going to be reimbursed at the full 100%.
Okay. You're not making the claim that Mr. Hess should be given nothing, right?
No.
You're just making the claim that he be reimbursed at the state rate.
Correct.
Okay. Has the state of Missouri reimbursed at the IRS rate in the last 8 years?
No.
Okay. And then on the exhibit, I think it was 20. Where did it go? 204. The OA print off. You're the one who printed that off, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. And as a state worker, are you familiar with the distinction between what the state rate is and the fleet rate is?
Yes.
And can you explain that?
It's my understanding me as a state employee, if I needed to travel somewhere and I was offered a state vehicle, but I chose to take my own, I would be reimbursed at that fleet rate. If a vehicle was not available, a state vehicle, and I had to take my own vehicle regardless, I would be reimbursed at that Missouri rate.
Okay. And it's that second rate, the higher rate that you're suggesting.
Correct.
Actually, I do have one more question, and then I'm going to let Lyra go. Okay. Some questions were asked by the commission about bills being sent to Gasconade County versus St. Louis. Has OPC identified any reason why the bills could not be sent to Gasconade County?
Say that one more time.
Any bills that are sent currently to St. Louis, has OPC identified any reason why those could not be sent to Gasconade County?
No.
Okay. Is it OPC's position that any functions done in St. Louis could be done in Gasconade County just as?
I think they could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you qualify your recommendation in terms of the recovery that they are? Is your recommendation only prudently incurred rate case expenses be recovered in rates?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Roth, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Office of Public Counsel, you can call your next witness.
Mr. John Robinette.
Mr. Robinette, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Go ahead.
Mr. Robinette, would you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
John, John, Robinette is Robinett.
Mr. Robinette, where do you work?
I'm employed by the Missouri Office of Public Counsel.
What do you do at the Public Counsel?
I am a utility engineering specialist.
What is your specialty?
I have over almost 8 years of experience in depreciation, both as a member of staff and as OPC.
Have you prepared both rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in this case?
I have.
Your rebuttal has been marked as Exhibit 200,
Yes.
and your surrebuttal is 201.
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to either piece of testimony?
I have a correction to my rebuttal testimony. It's page 1, line 12. Instead of direct, it should say rebuttal.
Any others?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers to those questions be the same?
They would.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I tend to the witness for cross.
You want to offer the testimony? Any objections to Exhibits 200 and 201? Staff?
No objection.
Gascony?
No objection.
Exhibits 200 and 201 are admitted onto the hearing record. Any cross-examination by staff?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Robinette, just a couple quick questions for you this afternoon. The Commission's previously approved and ordered rates, are you familiar with those rates in this case?
Previously ordered, meaning from the CCNW?
97 Yes.
Yes.
So you're familiar with those rates? And if depreciation had continued based on those rates, at present, OPC's recommended net rate base for the trencher would be a negative $405
I believe that's what I answered in a DR from you.
and a negative $1,260 for the UTV, correct, for rate base?
Yes.
And OPC is suggesting, is recommending to the commission to continue to use those depreciation rates?
Yes.
And would you agree that if depreciation continues, if it's ordered by the commission in this case, the net value would continue to decrease and the rate base would be reduced?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination by Gascony?
No questions, thank you.
Any questions from the commission? Any redirect by staff?
It's not my witness, Judge.
I'm sorry. Is there any redirect by Office of the Public Counsel? I
Thank you.
Spoke.
Mr. Robinette, does a piece of equipment's useful life always match its estimated depreciation rate?
No.
Would you explain why that happens?
Multitude of reasons. I mean, it could be the expert at the time got the number wrong. It could be excellent maintenance of the equipment.
Are there different kinds of equipment in a specific account?
Yes.
So some might somewhere out sooner than others?
Right. It would be the average service life of everything that's in that account. Some may be shorter, some may be longer lives.
And is that a fault of depreciation models?
I'd say it's a nature of them. That some assets will live longer than the average service life, some will live shorter.
Is that why it's an art and not a science?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinette. You're excused.
Thank you.
And that concludes all the witnesses that I have down. Let's go on to final matters. It looks like, just to confirm with staff's not entering into the record or trying to, 114, 115, 124, 125, 126, or 127.
That's correct, Judge.
Are there any other exhibits by any other party that I've forgotten? Is there any need to set a deadline for any late filed exhibits?
No.
Staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
Gascony?
Not that I'm aware of.
Madam Court Reporter, when would expedited transcripts be available? Down for the 22nd.
Wow. Don't do that.
All right, are there any other matters that need to be taken up today before we adjourn?
None from staff, Judge.
Judge, did we already have dates set for our briefing?
I was going to go into that in just a second.
Okay, that was my only question.
Office of Public Counsel?
Nothing further.
Okay, I have right now, because there was a change in the schedule because this hearing got rescheduled and handed to me, I have initial briefs due on April the 6th, 2018. Is that when everybody else has those due?
Yes.
And reply briefs due on April the 13th of
Yes.
2018. Okay. Are there any other matters?
No.
Okay, then we will adjourn this proceeding, and we'll go off the record. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
I sat with Ryan, but first of actually done something, yeah.
No, I don't know. No. Well, we didn't really have it. It was, we thought that a hearing would go. It was on a Thursday instead of a